¿Qué tal? Yo lo llamo teorías de OSRS porque really? There we go. Ah, nice. Are you an Iron Man? Oh, nice. Yeah, blowpipe is very useful at the healers, and that spec that it has. Sometimes when you have like a complex wave, you know, the double spec can actually help you, so you save some brews. I guess that's more important when you're an Iron Man because, you know, the resources. But it makes a lot of sense. It's going good. It's going good. Yesterday wasn't so good here. I don't know, the RNG was terrible in spawns and imbos and everything pretty much, but I don't think I have that activated, but maybe I should have a command like that. Will you be maxing the account? You know, at least range when you do Inferno, or you're just gonna go with like 90 or something? Bullfight. Yeah, that bullfight is really good. I have to aim for that when I unlock it on the hardcore Iron Man that I have, but you know, I had issues with my service provider, so you know, all the month of August with disconnections. So at least I didn't get killed doing anything, but I think I almost died during Regicide because of that. Oh, that's good. Do you already have the BOFA or not yet? Hopefully my ISP doesn't crash today, but we'll see. Yeah, I got rigor recently. Nice. When I did it with my Rune Dragon alts, I decided to go without rigor, and BOFA performed just well. Really well, actually. It was not BOFA. Eagle Eye performed really well. I was surprised. Just making money while I'm training the Hardcore Ironman right now. What I'm looking for is to get at least 70 crafting. So I'm doing thieving at Barlamore while I do this. And let's see what else. Yeah, doing that in birdhouse runs and farming runs and yeah, things like that. My main goal at the hardcore is to do Desert Treasure 1, then RFD, but the problem is that since the month of August I'm having connection problems, so I'm trying to register for a new ISP, but that's kind of like get registered, let's see if they call me, and let's see if their internet is stable. Yesterday I had to cut the stream, close everything but OSRS and play with mobile data. It's just so sad. ¿Qué es eso? Range? Okay. Nice. Si te refieres al halberd de la araña, ya hice una guía con eso hace rato. Nice. Up. I pray on the future. Okay. 6. Range, come on, dude. Two. 3. Oh. Dude, I thought I had protect from range. Nice. Oh, when you get distracted by the imbo that you choose. Este sodio consumió, me confié que... Bueno, depende del gear. Depende del gear. Take a look at this. It's an interesting thing because you can separate them in this weird way by using the Elder Maul. It's just so weird. Todo bien. Sí, esa cosa a mí me pasó desde el infierno, pero el otro día que hicieron un update de los characters fue como uno de los peores días de la historia de esta vara, man. Y este muchacho noruego no me creía. Yo le dije, pero es porque usted no hace el contenido tan obsesivamente como yo. Entonces usted no entiende lo que es tener mal RNG cuando su gameplay normal es eso. Y yo digo, y nosotros nos pasa con los updates. Y él me decía que los updates no tenían nada que ver. Cuando salió la araña, man, tuvimos una RNG del carajo. Y me dijo, man, es que tiene que ver una araña con el juego. Yo, bicho, tiene todo que ver. En programación todo está ligado a todo, weón. Usted abre un firewall y cambies una póliza y a ver cómo se le cae todo. Y me dijo, no, es que eso no tiene nada que ver. Y yo, más, si usted no entiende de código, no entiende de programación, no entiende de tecnología, yo no sé cuál es su argumento de que yo no tengo razón. Y usted cree que ya existe la tecnología, darnos RNG independiente a todos, mae, explíqueme cuál es la tecnología detrás de eso, porque yo no creo que existe. Pero porque si usted tiene algo que está en constante rotación, usted no va a ser tan imbécil para gastar tantos recursos para darle RNG independiente a todo el mundo. Usted puede meterlos en buckets dependiendo del número que tienen con su account ID o lo que sea. Y entonces ahí se les da el RNG en una vara que está rotando para que no sea siempre en el mismo lugar. Sí, y lo peor es que digamos, el que te diga que eso no es cierto, puede abrir cualquier artículo de Cisco de por qué ellos han cambiado protocolos de enrutamiento y la razón por la cual los han cambiado es porque hay colisiones y las colisiones significa que alguien obtuvo el mismo número que tenía otra persona, eso es una colisión. Pero digamos, en Firewall ha pasado. Yo me acuerdo, había casos que nosotros nos explicaban, mira, es que esta gente tiene el mismo Session ID, por ende colisiona, porque el Firewall no puede procesar dos Session IDs diferentes, o procesa el uno, o procesa el otro, o crashea. Y en tecnología eso pasa, porque son algoritmos matemáticos. Entonces, a menos que usted entienda cómo funciona esa matemática detrás de eso, jamás de la vida, man. Jamás de la vida se me puede decir que nosotros tenemos un RNG independiente. Me parece ridícula la teoría. O sea, todo tiene un sistema porque es tecnología. Usted quiere randomness, man, metas a estudiar física cuántica, donde usted no sabe qué está pasando porque su conocimiento no le llega tanto, porque usted no puede hacer los experimentos que usted tiene teorizados. Sí, es que, digamos, mi argumento es ese, que si usted quiere buen RNG, si usted está teniendo una mala situación, si hay un update, entonces se cae en el mismo bucket que soy yo. Pero sin embargo, si usted cae en el mismo bucket que está este muchacho Fénix, cuando a mí me va mal, a él le va bien y viceversa. Y está la cuenta más rara que es como mía de Rune Dragons, que no le afectaba nada. Que son el tipo de cuentas más suertudas que hay. Pero el Coliseo y el Infierno son los únicos dos lugares donde usted se puede dar cuenta cuando a usted las cosas no le están saliendo bien, cuando las invocaciones no tienen sentido, cuando a usted ya le están metiendo Reentry 2 como en Wave 3, cuando le están metiendo Doom 3 en Wave 4. O sea, no es que no se puedan sobrevivir, claro que se pueden sobrevivir, pero son cosas que nunca salen, son varas que son totalmente imposibles, o cuando te tiran Totemic, Beast y Red Flag y nomás ahí, ok, voy con Totemic, pero esta vara nunca sale, o sea, las posibilidades son muy bajas. Y justo cuando sale eso hay un cambio en lo que es la programación del juego, hay un update, hay un maintenance window. Cuando salió la araña, yo estaba teniendo un RNG del carajo. Pasó ese maintenance window de 4.5 horas, se arregló. Yo, pero es que ellos saben, o sea, ellos tienen que saber. No especificaron que están arreglando el maintenance window, no especificaron nada. Ellos saben que cuando cambian algo, digamos, pueden cambiar el maxi de uno, y eso puede estar correlacionado con los hit points de un monstruo, con los spawns, con las invocaciones, con un montón de varas que uno no entiende porque uno no programa esta vara, man. Pero yo cuando trabajé en el proyecto ese de programación, yo me di cuenta que una sola línea podía cambiar todo el programa. Y a mí me decía el mae que programaba, mae, si eso es cierto, me dice, o sea, por eso este programa sirve para eso, me dice, porque si tenés un error en una línea, toda la vara se va abajo, me dice, tal vez no se caiga todo, pero algún usuario está teniendo un problema extraño donde él mete credenciales y no sirve. Hey, how's it going? Sí, lo que puedes hacer es traer ¿cómo se llama? Un teleport. Entonces, cuando estás a punto de morir, te teletransportas a, no sé, a la casa y listo. Um, Doing good. Yesterday was not a good day here. The gimbals were just awful, dude. Nice. Sí, digamos, mi cuenta, por ejemplo, cada vez que hay un update le va mal. Pero este muchacho noruego Phoenix, cada vez que hay un update a él le va bien. Entonces, a él cuando le iba mal, él me decía, me está yendo mal. Y a mí me iba bien. Cuando me iba mal, a él le iba bien. Por eso yo creo que son como el balde uno estoy yo. El balde 3 está Phoenix y el balde 2 está en el tipo de cuentas especiales que no les afecta absolutamente nada. Como mi segunda cuenta de Run Dragon Out. Que no importa donde estés, siempre tiene buena RNG. ¿Verdad? Yo pienso que sí puede ser que haya más tipos de cuentas, pero eso es hasta ahora lo que tengo. Y yo más o menos hice la comparación de lo que le pasó a Joan y lo que me pasó a mí, que cada vez que había un update, estábamos en Run Dragons y Perro, no, o sea, 5 kills y aún teníamos que ir, mismo gear. Y siempre cuando era un update, madre. Siempre, siempre. Sí, el Ring of Life funciona, pero también si tienes la capa de 99 defensa, actúa como un Ring of Life. Oh, I didn't know you could get the pet. I mean, the transmogs without having the pet. That's interesting. I think he did, yeah. Yeah, he did. Sí, la capa sirve, pero es infinito, es un Ring of Life infinito. Pero solo tienes que darle clic derecho y activarlo o desactivarlo. Yeah, even an ancient staff and an Arim stop is fine. It's just that magic there is not a big deal. That's the thing. I mean, unless you're a pure, it will be a bigger deal. But if you're a main, magic is not a big deal. I remember that once I entered the Inferno without a top of Virtus, I took full Masori and a Kodai one, and I ran without any issue. I think I only lost a pillar. I was hitting pretty good. It's just that the Nibblers, if you think about it, they are minus 20. Minus 20 magic minus 20 magic defense, so it's not like you know, people that take a like massive magic offensive at the Nibblers. It's just like, but they have negative defense, right? So it doesn't make a lot of difference. Yeah, prayer is fine as long as you have something to back yourself up, or if you one tick flick, two tick flick, or lazy flick, you should be fine. Yeah, if it's on the weekend, yeah. Oh no, you can do it, dude. You can do it. Sometimes, waves can take a big part when you're new. Like, let's say that for some reason you have a very hard wave that you don't know how to solve. That's gonna happen. But, you know, more of the chances is that you get stuck on, I don't know, 45, 56, 63. And that's totally normal. But as long as you see why you died or you learn how to solve them later, then you're not gonna get stuck there. But yeah, you can do it. Pero si te estás llevando, por ejemplo, Crystal y Bofa, puedes llevar la capa de 99 defensa, activar el Ring of Life Effect, entonces cuando te quedas como en menos de cierta cantidad, te teletransporta automáticamente. Por eso muchos Iron Man Hardcore van por la capa de defensa. O sea, acá siempre están entrenando defensa por eso. Muy bien. Me gustó mucho porque era algo que yo hice y que sabía que podía llegar a ser mejor y poder enseñárselo a la gente. Y lo mejor fue aprenderlo básicamente solo, o sea, no depender de que si fulanito, no. Y yo me di cuenta que no mucha gente lo está enseñando en una manera que sea didácticamente buena. Entonces, digamos, yo dije, si puedo llegar a sacar 5 kills, lo aprendí bien. Y después de si puedo llegar a 50, entonces ya lo domino. Y después ya empecé a sacar más y más, pero se sintió muy bien. Hasta ahorita se siente bien. So, what do you do with all the toggle? Um, kind of keep it because, you know, even by changing it to Onyx, it's not gonna give me not even 1% of the 1.8 or 1.9 billion that I invested on that 1 year course. So I'm gonna keep it, as a keepsake, I guess, as a remembering that I was there. On the first KC, I think I did a like 3 Onyx or 2 Onyx giveaway because I had a lot of Toko. But yeah, nice. I think it's around 35 million. Yeah, I think it's 35 million. Yeah, and the thing since I had Karamja Diary Elite, whenever you complete Inferno, instead of giving you, I think 18,000 or something, they'll give you 13,000 or something. No, 30,000 or I don't remember how much it was. Plus, the deaths and everything, they add up. Yeah, 35 million, 36 million, I don't know. I haven't done it yet. I actually wanted to do it when I get the jet pet, but the thing is that I was gonna get the jet pet, and then I was like, you know what? I think I'm evading Inferno, and I never got the jet pet, so I never got into that challenge. Probably after I finish the hardcore Iron Man in a couple of months, I can dedicate my weekends to that. Nice. I only got 7k seed on Jad, and I was like, you know what? I don't like this content. And I just never went back. No, my Inferno was a normal KC. I didn't exchange my capes. I have all my capes on the bank. But yeah, it was all of a KC. I think Human was the one that told me, oh, exchange your capes. I was like, no. And I think it was on KC 300 and something when I got the pet. So I guess if I will have sacrificed the cape, it will be like 150. Yeah. If you get this right, you can hit a max hit. Take a look. And he's dead. It's always good when you get him below the enrage and then you hit him a max hit because of the grabbing and then you just claw him out. It's just perfect. You skip the entire enrage phase. Yeah, it's 35 million total. Almost 36. And here are the capes. Obviously 999 because I'm wearing mine. How are those boots from the spider? Are they any good for pures? Because when I do Inferno on my pure, I really want to get him some good boots, I guess, but I don't know how good they are. This halberd is really good. Believe it or not, it's comparable to the Soul Reaper. It's amazing, man. Yeah, yeah. I think there's around, I don't know if it's 2.6 or 2.8 billion. I think it should be like 2.5 or 4 because of the splinters went down. But yeah, there is around probably 2.4, 2.5 billion in quivers. I just thought, 1,000 Infernos, just get 1,000 quivers, they're stacked. Why not? Um, well, this is easier and it's gonna help you more at the Inferno, so I guess you can start with this. Because on the Inferno, the idea is for you to preserve your prayers a little bit more, to play a little bit more conservative with your resources. Colosseum is just like it's 12 waves, just be fast and try to get rid of everything fast. Inferno for first timers is not the ideal thing to do because probably you will run out of prayer by triples or something like that if you just don't measure your prayer. But I guess this is easier to learn. Ah, porque se ven bonitas. Es como coleccionar monedas. Range. I will have Fang Bandos both. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. That's more than enough. Yeah, I have to do one coaching for the Inferno this weekend, but that guy left me hanging last week. So I'm gonna ask him on Friday or Thursday to choose a day. But yeah, definitely we can do it. Sunday sounds good. I'll ask this guy to be Saturday. So yeah, Sunday is good because I'm actually more rested on Sunday. So yeah, sounds good. So it will be very hard, or do you have any little tips and tricks you learned it? Um, for the Colosseum or for the Inferno? Or both? Both. Okay. For Inferno, if you can get this thing that I have on the, let's say, bottom right corner, this number, the visual metronome, on the Colosseum, you can put it to go all the way to 6. But on the Inferno, you can put it on all the way to 4. And the reason why you want to do that is because that way you preserve your prayer on the Inferno. Here, it's for the matter of the handicaps. Because if you choose your handicap on 1 on this style and run on 6, usually they get rigged, and then you can pretty much alternate everything, right? But with 4 ticks on the Inferno, because you know when the monster does the animation, the damage is already calculated. So having that in mind, that when the monster does the animation, the damage is already calculated, we can safely say when this guy is doing an animation, for example, if it's the ranger of the Inferno, then you put the prayer and take it back away. But since the monsters on the Inferno attack on 4 game ticks, let's say that he did this attack on tick 1, on number 1. So you know that he is going to attack on number 1. All these monsters on the Colosseum attack on 5 game ticks, sorry. So basically, you can try to time it with 5 ticks, I guess. But on the Inferno, if you know that a major is shooting you, or it's blinking, or it's doing that weird attack where he rolls over on number 3, then you take it off of number 3, put it back on number 3, and that's how you save a lot of prayer. That's lazy flick. And it saves you a lot of prayer for the harder waves, because Inferno is like a marathon, you run. You start like jogging at the beginning, but when it's the final stretch, you run towards the goal. That's like, suck, because triples is not even something that you have to rush. So basically, as more resources you can save as a first timer, the better you will go. Okay, if you can do it, that's great. That's great, because for example, what I do is 2-tick flick. So pretty much I do this. So when the animation of the monster starts, I pretty much start doing this, and I never get hit, and I don't waste any prayer. That's 2-tick flick. And pretty much 2-tick flick, I detect it by the sound of the prayer. When it sounds, put it on, put it off, put it on, put it off. That can help you a lot on the Inferno. A lot. Ah, come on, dude. I wanted to lure him like outside. Almost. I don't know if it's every 1.2 seconds. I forget how much the amount of a tick it is in seconds. But I think on my last cases I started 2-tick flicking, and it got to a point where I had a restore on the ground on Jad, because I didn't use prayer at all. So what you can do is that, for example, because this thing with the 2-tick flicking, maybe you can practice this with a SAR that is outside, because that's 4 game ticks. So you can practice with those. So as soon as you see them attacking you, you put protect from melee and then let it go. They attack you, you put protect from melee, let it go, but you just have to memorize the number or the number in your head. And if you hear the sound of prayer, you can put it, take it off, put it, take it off, put it, take it off, but you have to go with the sound of the prayer. At least that's how I time it. So, yeah. Listo. So yeah, I guess it's 1.2 seconds. Since I have this visual metronome, I forget how many seconds it is. I just say, ticks, but yeah, I guess it's 1.2 seconds. So yeah. But you see, it's not very fast, right? But yeah, Kager, if you have the ticks on your mind, that's great. But if you want to practice like outside of the Inferno on more UI rec or that area, we can do it together. And yeah. Polo looks easy apart from the Manticores and Sol. Yeah, it's just that if you dominate two things at the boss, well, actually three, the floor, that floor is like 80% of the fight, and the rest of the 20% is pretty much his melee attack and the lasers. The floor, if you don't avoid it, you cannot out-eat that. It's just so much damage that you're just gonna go insane trying to, trying to do that. And the melee attack is so powerful that he can hit you 345s, and that's, over 130 damage. And the laser, if you don't move, it can hit between a 1 and 88. So that's pretty much all the fight. When he grabs you, it's between a 1 and a 45, right? Oh, okay. Let me when I get to a boss, I can explain you how it is. Like when Soul does his ground slam, how do you know where attack? Okay. Yeah, I can explain you that. Just when I get to a boss, I have a video that I want to show you. And I can explain you that, and also with some drawings that I made. Uh, dude, all of these are dangerous because volatility makes things explode. But Totemic is gonna stall me and Beast is just gonna annoy the crap out of me. This is an imbo that I didn't like at the beginning. Right? After that, I kind of like endorsed volatility up all the way to 3, but the thing is that when you have a bad spawn, volatility can mess the crap out of you, so I don't like it. There we go. Okay, that was same thing. That's good. Come on. I'm gonna choose re-entry just for fun, but yeah. As soon as I choose re-entry, I get the ranger on the right. Not a big deal, but come on, dude. He's gonna throw me that. Out. I mean, that's... I'm not sure, dude. Honestly, I think when I came here, it was kind of like with Leviathan when I was learning. That, well, I'm not even good at the Leviathan, but the point is that I think the first 5 deaths, I was like, wow, this is really cheap. And my friend Jeremy told me, yeah, just wait. And I was like, wait, what? And he was like, just wait. And then I realized they were charging me 500k, and I was like, oh my god, this is so expensive to die. So I don't know if it's between 5 or something like that. But yeah, definitely it's expensive dying here. But no matter how many times you die here, just one lucky day can make the entire difference. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter, like it takes you 300 deaths to learn. When you learn it good, you can make most of the money here. You know, it's like easily with good gear around 13 to 16 mil an hour consistently. Not even like, oh, if I get a drop, no. You know, it's consistently. So yeah. Yesterday I didn't even get a drop, I think. Yeah, I didn't get a drop, and I was making like 13 mil an hour, and I think I died 2 times. And yeah, it was 13 mil an hour. So it wasn't bad. So imagine if I get a rare, that could be probably like 16 mil an hour or more. I don't know. It's really good, man. It's really good. It's gonna be hard for them to come with another money maker like this one because it's just like printing money. Even when you can only make 1 kill an hour, you know, it's at least 4 to 6 mil an hour, which is already insanity. Yeah, that's why I never liked rates. I mean, I like going with rates with people, you know, having fun. But that as a moneymaker, it just doesn't ring a bell to me, because if I don't see the consistent profit, if I have to depend in what about if, then that's not a consistency. I compare that to like working in sales and working a job that you have a specific salary that you get every month that you can count on for, you know, rent, groceries, whatever. And instead of working in sales and say, oh, if I sell this amount of things, I'm going to be rich. But, you know, if I don't sell them, I don't eat. So, because I used to work at sales at some point, and because the company was like remote and they didn't pay taxes and all of that, we didn't have a salary. And your salary was based if you sell stuff or not. It was a scam. I exited that place. It was kind of like these TV ads for Omega 3. Pase todo bien. Voy a esperar que este muchacho termine. Okay. Before I start the fight, I want to show you a video. Not trying to promote myself, but yeah. Basically, this is a soul fight. And yeah, it's muted, but you will see that it's obviously pre-recorded, right? And basically, the boss always starts like this. He throws you a spear 1. So a spear 1, you're safe on this tile that is green, this tile, and this tile. That's a spear 1 for you. The spear 2, the tiles that were safe are now unsafe. So pretty much this tile and these tiles are safe. So pretty much he always starts the same. Spear 1. 1 tile back and you attack him right away when you see his smoke. You see him that he's raising his shield with his left hand. That is shield 1. He's going to pound the floor and you go 1 tile away in any direction. And as soon as you see the smoke, you hit him again. If you wait, you're going to drag him and you're going to run out of space. So that is his shield 1. And this is all random, by the way. That is shield 2, 2 tiles away. That means pretty much with these 2 tiles away, it's 2 tiles away in any direction. There we go. Okay, and okay, that is spear 1 again. That is 1 tile back, or in the corners, 1 tile back. That is spear 2 diagonally, 1 tile back. Okay, now when he talks crap, he's gonna throw yellow stuff on the ground. And when he throws yellow stuff on the ground, he's gonna always start with spear. Spear 1? No, it can be spear 2. How do you know if it's a spear 1 or a spear 2? He threw me a spear 2. That means he's gonna start with spear 1. If he grabs you, use a melee attack or use a shield before talking crap and using yellow stuff, he's gonna start always with spear 1. So that is a spear 1. Take a look. Boom. He is very predictable. Very, very predictable. Okay, that is the melee attack. So basically, you have to put protect from melee whenever he's 750 HP or more in the following way. When he starts glowing, it's 3 ticks. 3 ticks, 3 ticks. When he's 749 or less, it's 3 ticks, 3 ticks, 4 ticks. And this is one of the most devastating attacks because he can hit 345s in a row. If you miss all of this, you're dead. Unless you have some heavenly RNG. You see that he did a spear 1 before talking crap. He's going to start with spear 2, so that is diagonal. Take a look. Take a look at how I move. Spear 2. Boom. Why he started like that? Because of Spear 1. Shield 1, 1 tile away. Shield 2, 2 tiles away, you attack him right away. It's kind of like Lady Versic if you do Theater of Blood. Shield 2, 2 tiles away. Spear 1, 1 tile away. Okay? That is again 3, 3, 3. And you notice on the metronome was 3, 3. It was 3, 6, 3. That is 1 tile away. That laser, if you don't avoid it, is 88 damage. That is 1 tile away. Spear 1, 1 tile away. Spear 2, diagonally, 1 tile away. There we go. 1 tile away. 1 tile away. You can use 2 tiles, doesn't matter. That's going to be a Spear 2 if I'm not wrong. There we go. Okay, when he says I'm going to cut your feet off, you go to your equipment and click on your boots. He's going to cut your feet. Those are your boots. I'm going to twist your hands. Those are your gloves. I'm going to break your back. That's your cape. I'm going to break your legs. Those are your legs, obviously. And I'm going to crush your body. That's your plate body. So he's only going to break 2 things. Your back and your legs. Nothing else. If you memorize crush with body, cut with feet, and twist with hands, you're good to go. Let me just move this. No, if you can protect from melee, you're done. He's going to disable you, and he's going to kill you. Pretty much. Tengo como 1369, pero el rango no estoy seguro. So, basically, yeah, for this, you can set up an F key if you want. I don't because I think he's too slow. And if you perfect parry this thing, so when he's going to grab you, you grab the equipment right away, you're going to hit a max hit next. So that's why this boss is so easy, because you can max hit the next hit if he grabs you and you grab it right away. So see, all those are max hits. There we go. That is a Spear 2. Shield 1, 1 tile away, we hit him. Shield 2, we hit him. And that's 1 tile away, we hit him. Watch out with the laser. And diagonally. 1 tile away. And now this will be 3, 3, 4. Take a look. Take a look at the delay. 3, 3, 4. See? And even the visual metronome on number 3, on number 6, and on number 4. If you miss the final hit, the final melee attack, that's fine. Just brew up. Just brew up. Don't be too worried about that. Just don't miss the first ones, because those are the important ones, okay? 1 tile away. I'm gonna break your, I think that was your back, and I click my legs and take a look at the, I know it was my legs. See, it's a number between 1 and 45. I didn't read because my inventory was blocking me, but that was pretty much, I think, my back or my legs, whatever. But that grabbing attack is not as important as the melee one. There we go. I'm gonna break your legs. I click my legs and I max hit him. When he says let's end this, he's gonna start always with Spear 1 or 2, depending on the last attack. And the lasers are gonna go absolutely nuts. You have to kill him here as fast as possible. Use claws if you have. And stay away from the lasers. If you cannot damage him, stay away from the lasers and stay away from the yellow stuff. Because this is like the Bardorvis face. There we go. And he's dead if I'm not wrong. Yep, he's dead. And if you have volatility, stay away from him. And that's it. That is an old clip, but it's pretty much the same thing. That was pretty much it, you know what I mean? I don't know if you have like any question. But like I said, there is a simulator that you can practice this boss on. Right? The problem with that simulator is that it's slower than the actual boss. Like I said, I don't know how to code, so I'm not be like, I can make a better simulator, because I cannot. I don't know how to. But if you realize that he's faster here, is because that one, like the Inferno simulator, has a delay. So just be aware that if you find this guy faster, it's totally normal. Okay. Tier 1, I think. Yeah. So you can play with the spots like I do. Okay, 3. 3. 3. There we go. That's shield 1, spear 1, that's 1 tile away. That's shield 1, spear 1. There we go. Yeah, when he says you can win, that's when you know that he's gonna throw you a 3-3-4. Okay. Here too. Yeah. I played there with the laser, so that's why I did this weird thing. See, that laser makes you wanna move. Because if you don't move, you're gonna get one shot. See, I'm gonna twist your hands off. I grab it on time. Next one is a max hit. Boom. And we start the enrage phase. Sadly, we don't have lower defense on this monster because life is cruel, but it's perfectly fine, dude. There we go. And he's dead. And if you have volatility, just stay away from him because look at all the damage you can do. But yeah, with good gear, it's a 2-minute kill. With bad gear, it's probably 4 or 5 minutes. Depends on you. I usually die, but getting to soul. I usually die, but getting to soul, which is very unfortunate. You know what I mean? But it's because when I miss a prayer or on soul, maybe let's say I do 10 KC, maybe I can die 2 times a week or 1 time a week there because I miss one of his attacks and I was with frailty 3. So yeah, if I die here is usually okay, bad RNG, okay, bad imbos, or I miss a prayer. Obviously, once you get good on the Inferno, I guess the success rate there is better because this place has an element of RNG. And what do I mean by that? If you have things such as bees, such as red flag and totemic, they're doable, but they're not good. So this place actually has that element where RNG mixes into PVMing for you to play. So you can still die, but doesn't mean it's harder. It just means that you're having a bad day. Yeah, exactly. But you do everything fine, and like me, I die at Akka or Kefri. No, not Kefri, Akka or Baba, yeah. Or dying at the monkeys because you miss an explosion. It's kind of like that. Because you were distracted or, you're looking at something else and something distract you. It's kind of like that, where RNG actually holds some, I guess, responsibility. But again, it's not that I can blame all my deaths on RNG. My first death of the night was because I missed a prayer. So that is completely my fault. I'm not going to blame like, oh, the RNG is cursed against me because, I'm not going to whine over that because it was my fault. But when I see imbos like Totemic, Beast, and Red Flag, I'm like, dude, I can choose Totemic, but it's going to stall me. Like, what's even the fun of this? And if I choose Beast, it's just a very dangerous thing to choose at the end. If you claim, oh yeah, I can do it, yeah, sure you can do it, dude, but it's more annoying. There's more risk to die. So, yeah. Yep, that is true. But yeah, now you see why on the Colosseum you have to be fast when killing stuff. Doesn't really matter if you conserve your prey or not, because things here damage you a lot, but there are only 12 waves, right? So you need to be fast. But on the Inferno, it's more like it's 69 waves, dude. Take it easy. You know, if you're not speed running, you just have to take it easy and preserve your prey, and you're good to go. But yeah. Yeah, and you know what's funny? When I get the best symbols, like, you know, Myopia 3, well, Blasphemy 3, I always put it. Um, what else? Well, anything that I like when I get it, and I get like all the good spawns, I usually get the best drops. But when I have like terrible imbos and terrible spawns, that's when the worst loot appears. I don't know why, but it's always that way. And I'm glad that it's that way, because that way, you know, when stuff is easy, you just pretty much, you're good to go. I could choose Relentless. Should have chosen that one. Volatility is annoying because of this. Once they die, they explode. You just have to be one tile away. Well, I have the orbs, but I haven't tried yet because I want to train a little bit more at the Leviathan, because I just don't like the monster. So I have to train there before doing the Awakened one. And I have to ask one of my friends that did it recently. He can pretty much pass me the tiles and the markers that he has and explain me a couple of things, and then I will give it a go. See, Myopia is good. I like that one. Really? I never liked the Era of Blood. I don't know, I went once, but I didn't really enjoy it. I guess what because of the people that I went with, they were just telling me, "Oh, bring this. Oh no, bring that. Oh, bring this. No, bring that. Oh no, switch to this." I was like, "Okay, what do I bring? Oh, bring this. No, no, not the library. Bring 2 rings. No, no, bring this." And I was like, "Okay, I'm not understanding anything." But again, it's kind of my fault because I didn't do any research on Tira Blood. I probably saw like a guide years ago when I was maxing because I thought it was good money and I never went. And when I went, I was like, yeah, I don't really like this place. I didn't mind. Skilling was, you know, do it once and you don't have to do it again. Mm. Yeah, that is true. Oh. Giovanni, un poco flojo. Ayer no nos salió ni uno solo en 10. Creo que solo nos salió la máscara. Pero igual fueron como 13 milloncillos. Pero creo que no está yendo muy bien. Pero di, está bien. Hay días buenos, hay días malos. Con tal de que no me estén matando por tonteras, yo estoy bien. ¿Vos qué tal? ¿Estás esquiliendo? Mano, ¿todo bien? Humildemente 13 menos estoy bien. Ah, qué bien. ¿Todo bien? ¿Cómo estuvo el stream? Estaba haciendo raids uno, ¿verdad? Dios mío, voy a reportar ese ranger. Casi casi me pongo a reportar al ranger. Qué idiota, le di clic aquí en vez del piso. Dios mío. ¿Todo bien? Ah, bueno, esperemos que nos vaya bien porque ayer, pucha, desconexiones del ISP, mal RNG, yo dije, pucha, madre, yo estaba viendo a la pared, yo decía, pucha, ¿qué hice tan mal que me están devolviendo toda esta vara? O sea, y ayer llamo al ISP, yo más, este es un problema. Sí, 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 va a durar 7 horas. Y yo, ¿ah? 7 horas. Y me dice, sí. Y yo, madre. Y yo en la mañana, a las 9 de la mañana, otra vez los llamo. No, no, mi hermano, aquí no hay ningún problema, pero tenemos bastantes llamadas en espera. Yo, ¿y usted cree que la gente lo llama para decirle hola? Y ellos, no, bueno, hay que investigar qué está pasando. Y yo, mae, que no sea tan bruto. Si usted lo está llamando 1000 personas al proveedor de servicios, mae, no es, ¿verdad? Eco, ¿en serio? Déjame ver. Voy a escucharlo en celular a ver si es cierto. No, yo me escucho bien. No, yo me escucho bien. Yo tengo los audífonos. Sí, no, me da risa, me dice el carajo del ISP. Madre, no, todo está bien, pero sí, tenemos bastantes llamadas en espera. Yo, ¿viste por qué cree que es eso? Se quedó pensando y me dice, y no sé, madre, hay que investigar. Y yo, perro, cuando usted tiene llamadas en espera en soporte técnico, ¿por qué cree que es? Porque me está llamando a decirle, madre, este es el mejor ISP del mundo, nunca me va a cambiar. Yo digo, obviamente no, ¿verdad? Y los servicios al cliente se llaman a cagar, madre. Pero no, no. Bueno, quería igual chequear, porque ya me da miedo. Mm, lo que tengo es un clip. Yo creo que yo ya te lo había mandado. Creo que yo lo que tengo es el clip, ya que en esa época yo solo estaba streameando en Twitch. Pero lo que tengo es un clip, pero no sé si sigue en Twitch, porque yo no sé cuáles son las pólizas de ellos de clips. Sí, lo voy a buscar en la galería, tiene que estar en algún lado. Yo sí me acuerdo que fue a las 3 de la mañana, 2 de la mañana, eso sí me acuerdo. Ah, sí, sí, que fue la fiesta de una amiga en en un bar que es como en una, yo no tomo, pero es un bar que es como que está en un, no sé, como en un terreno elevado, entonces se puede ver como toda la ciudad de donde es San Pedro. Y yo estaba ahí, ¿verdad? Viendo a la gente hablar y no sé qué, y estaba lloviendo como a como decir, al horizonte. Y creo que era como estilo medianoche, porque la fiesta empezaba a las 8 o a las 9, no me acuerdo. Yo llegué temprano, no había nadie. Cuando ya yo me iba, ya iba más gente. Y yo viendo como al horizonte, yo dije, más ya sé cómo hacer inferno. Digo, ya sé cómo resolver healers, ya me di cuenta. Y ahí fue cuando me di cuenta que si matando uno en la esquina, usted ya podía resolver el otro porque usted no le hacía overwhelming el daño de todos los healers. Pero uno tenía que matarlos con el spec del blowpipe. Al final, usted recupera vida, hace brewing, le da otra vez y ¡pum! Y ya usted puede recuperar y esa parte se vuelve su espacio seguro y usted va matando a los otros parte por parte. Sonaba simple, pero en realidad a mí me costó llegar a esa conclusión solo. Yo estaba en esa hora, ay, madre, si me muero 2 espacios, no sé qué, y siempre me terminaba atrasando, o me pegaba la bola, o yo decía, madre, no, esta hora no está bien, o ni siquiera podía hacer brewing porque estaba caminando, entonces yo me di cuenta que ese método para mí no servía. Y ahí yo me di cuenta que esa hora de los 2 espacios no es necesario. Gracias. Sí, yo quería chequear en Wayback Machine cuando yo saqué el primer case el 2 de abril de esta cosa. ¿Cuánto está la gente que está en los primeros puestos? Porque yo creo que yo lo saqué muy tarde. Porque yo decía, "Ma, yo creo que yo no tengo mucho tiempo haciendo esto comparado con otra gente, porque esto salió el 18, el 20 o sí, el 20 o el 19 de marzo. Entonces, yo estuve como 2 semanas aquí pegado. No estoy seguro, no he chequeado, la verdad. Yo quería más o menos ver cuánto duraba con 1000 KC, pero fue como 4 meses. Pero yo le empecé a meter velocidad en junio, entonces no, ¿verdad? No, no creo que como que yo, o sea, yo no lo cuento abrir como un mes, ¿verdad? Yo sé que suena como, ay, ma, qué excusa más mala, pero es que los primeros meses que usted hace esto, en realidad usted sigue siendo, usted no sabe si lo sacó por suerte o porque en realidad sabe lo que está haciendo. A mí me pasó eso con los primeros 10 cases de Inferno. Pero sí, no, no tengo idea de cuánto es la diferencia, la verdad. Yo justo iba a meterme a Wayback Machine a ver cuánta era la diferencia de la gente que estaba de primero cuando yo saqué el primer KC, pero yo estoy seguro que esa gente ya me lleva como 300 de ventaja. Porque sí, fueron como 286 intentos al transcurso de, ¿cuánto? 2 semanas. Ah, están casi desnudos. Voy a buscar el clip, dame un momento. Content clips. Copy link. Ese fue el primer que hice el 19 de marzo del 2023. Interesante. Todo bien. Igual a mí me divierte estar aquí porque el dinero que uno hace es increíble. O sea, 9 billones en 5 meses es increíble. Como si el año que me hubiera tomado de Inferno nunca hubiera estado ahí. Espero que no me sigan dando pets, porque los pets tienen el mismo drop rate que el Ralos. Creo que tengo 8. En el hardcore quiero sacarle 90 thieving para ver qué tan bueno es hacerle pickpocketing a esos monstruos que están en... que te dan gemas y todo cool. Quiero ver qué tan bueno es. Entonces por eso estoy ahí en Barlamore un ratillo. Sí, ¿verdad? Yo digo que ya después de un pet, ¿ya para qué? Pero es que está esos tokens de Probita, entonces como que... ¿verdad? Sí, exacto. Exactamente.
Woke M&Ms?
The milk chocolate melts in your mouth, not in your hand.
Listo. Bien. Thanks. Range. I'm 1 hour away from 99 Ironman. Nice. Yeah. Mage. Let me side. Estos symbols no me están gustando, ma. Es que Relentless 2 es como muy salvaje a veces. En parte la escuela en la que estaba era comprensión de lectura todos los días y hacer una presentación por semana de algún tema asignado o nos asignaba la profesora. Entonces, digamos, yo siempre lo hacía como de videojuegos. Y la manera que lo practiqué fue con gente que conocí en Jabotel y después por Skype. Y después con mi amigo Kelvin que jugaba RuneScape conmigo, pero dejó el juego porque se aburrió. Y después yo jugué con él Crossfire y lo que hacíamos era que hablábamos por voz. Pero por Skype, o sea, cuando Discord ni siquiera existía o si existía nadie lo conocía. Y como todos los juegos que he jugado siempre son en inglés, yo siempre tenía que jugar con gente de Estados o de Europa. Muy poca gente jugaba en Latinoamérica los juegos que yo jugaba, digamos. RuneScape en el año 2006, 2007, yo si acaso conocí 3 personas que hablaban español. Y el resto eran europeos, holandeses, suecos, canadienses, estadounidenses, franceses. Entonces a mí me tocó adaptarme a eso porque si no ellos no me iban a entender a mí jamás. Y después aquí en Costa Rica lo que pasa es que las empresas que pagan bien son las empresas que no son de este país. Entonces el lenguaje que se ocupa tener es inglés como para ganar mejor. ¿Qué tal? Ah,
Run, bitch! Run!
In addition to running for president, I'm also getting my MFA in creative writing. That's a tidbit. It's a little tidbit for you. Bukowski, we love Bukowski, don't worry about it. William Burroughs, Naked Lunch! I thought it was about a buffet at a strip bar, but it was something else. A very good book. I personally prefer the naturalist Faulkner, James O. Henry. His name was just Henry, but when his agent read Gift of the Magi, it was so good he said, "Oh, Henry! You've done it again, Henry. This is all true things about books. These are all very true things about books that I've learned." I remember an English professor came up to me once, big professor, strong professor, tears pouring down
No.
his corduroy vest under the copy of The Baffler, and he said to me, I said, "Don't get tears on your Baffler." He said, "It's okay." He said to me, "Sir, when you were president, it was the best of times. And when Joe Biden was president, it was the worst of times." And I said, "That's Dickens." I knew right away that's Dickens. And Dickens, of course, the plural of dick. It's like child's. It's like child.
Dickens, plural of dicks. Qué bueno. Ah, otra cosa, Blasphemy, ustedes lo pueden escoger casi que en todo el wave, es una invocación un toque extraña. Tiene como ese poder donde usted lo puede agarrar hasta en 12, es rarísimo. Ven, esta cosa yo creo que sí se puede medio alternar, pero no me acuerdo cómo es, mae, pero está difícil esta vara, mae.
Diablo, qué difícil me la pusiste. Qué difícil me la puso, diablo.
Está fácil.
Fácil. Para mí no está fácil, para ti está fácil.
Sí, es que el problema ahí es que este Major siempre me va a ver. Y con Relentless 2 tengo 66% menos de defensa. Entonces... creo que hay una manera de que usted salga y se devuelva y alternar esto, pero al hacer esto jalo a la mantícora, entonces no me sirve. Entonces vean, aquí vamos a comer mierda, mae. Porque el Ranger creo que nos puede pegar 50. Dios mío. Ah, morite, Dios. Es que ya después de haber muerto tanto ya uno se acostumbra.
Woke M&Ms?
The milk chocolate melts in your mouth, not in your hand.
No, es la costumbre. Digamos, este wave no me salió bien. Yo me moví un tic antes, por eso las mantícoras quedaron tan raras, pero es tontera mía. A ver. Uh, ahí me robaron una miopía. No sé si me voy a entender. Ahí me robaron una miopía. Ven, ese es un truco que estaba perfeccionando para sacarlo de la casilla para que no me quede ahí como un triple monstruo. Entonces ya con esto ya puedo correr a la derecha por reentry y ya se acabó el wave. Aquí me robaron una miopía porque debería estar en 3, bicho. O sea, no puedes coger miopía en 12. Entonces es como que me lo robaron.
The whole thing is a scam. Run, bitch! Run!
Casi le hago el spec, mejor no. Listo. ¿Qué importa? Nice.
Coliseum is harder than the Inferno. I don't have an Inferno KC, which makes me an expert.
Exactly that. I'm not a doctor, but let me give you a medical advice. Three. 4. No tiene pinta de ver estos runs, pero Manure. Vamos, vamos. No. Cool, no. Hey man, how's it going? I'm having a bad luck streak. Yesterday I got 10 KC, chosen mask. Today, well, this will be a 5th one, but I don't have those vibes that I'm gonna get something, you know? But I mean, it's okay, you know? Even without rares, it's at least 13, 14 mil an hour, so... Yeah, that will be fun. I think that will be Relos 28 or 29, I'm not sure. Just a pair of Sunfire legs will be fun. Or even the top. No, I just, you know, since last year I didn't make a lot of money while doing Inferno. It's just fun to make the money back, you know. And expose that this is by far the best money maker. I don't like this wave. It's biased against me, man.
All these controllers, they're biased against me. The buttons are too small for my giant thumbs. I went to GameStop and a guy came up to me, big guy, bearded guy, tears pouring down his face onto his Fortnite t-shirt, and he said to me, he said, "Sir, I'm sorry Xbox is biased against you."
Exactly. How was your stream, man? Do you You were snipping the BGS, right? Just that when you were doing that, I had to get back to work, so, you know, lunch break was over. Nice. Really? I don't know. It's fun, especially when you get to teach somebody something. It's fun. Range. Yeah, I already have volatility, so Bird Force. Ta-da. When I'm eating lunch sometimes, still works. That TV is probably like 20 something years old, still works. Oh man, I was close to getting rid of that one. Ah, that will be fun. Hang on, I think that's off tick. Can you still get those monitors or not? Yeah, I wanted an old iPod back in the day, but yeah. Some old technology is fun. Yeah, how you been? No, because I was listening something on YouTube and it was funny. But with my other headphones on. Well, I'm glad you're back. I hope you don't lose interest again, but let's hope so. Now I was laughing because I have two headphones, one that is wireless and one that is plugged, and I was listening to something funny on YouTube. Glad to hear, glad to hear. Yeah, sometimes, yeah. Sometimes Inferno burns you out, but, you know. I think if you can take a break, you come back fresh. Yeah, I have two headphones. These ones, the big ones, are wireless. And this one, it's a little one that is an earphone that it's on my right ear that I use for RuneScape sounds and music. And on this one, I can listen to podcasts and watch videos while I do a Coliseum. Yeah, especially because YouTube, you cannot separate the audio, so you cannot listen to what you like. So you have to play copyright music or otherwise it gets shut down. So, yeah. No, I haven't been in Inferno since March 19. That's when I got the Cape 1000, so I haven't been there in a while. I have to get there eventually with the hardcore and then with the pure. Ok, Giovanni, te cuidas. Gracias por pasar. Nice. 3, 3, 3. Oh, you're very close then. Three. Three. Hey Mega Man, how's it going?
Good luck. Let them prove somebody was guilty.
Yeah, it's the easiest way to do triples. I don't know why people try to tackle the healers and taking massive amount of damage and using all these brews. That only makes sense if you're speedrunning. If you're not speedrunning, that's wasting your time and resources. There we go. Only one hit. Yeah, you don't need to like tackle the healers. That's just, I don't know who came up with that idea, but if you put it in, for example, the method that I use probably adds you 1 minute more. But keep in mind that you're wasting brews on triples that you will need on suck if you're not off ticking. If you're off ticking everything, that it doesn't matter. But if you're doing a first Inferno run, probably you're just you just want everything to end and take the cape home, and just stacking everything is just not practical because what you can tell people is like, oh, you can barrage the healers. That is so impractical, dude, because the time that you are wasting barraging those healers with terrible accuracy, it's just dumb. It just doesn't make sense. Maybe if you want, for example, a better PV, I can understand it. But if you don't want a better PV, that's just like, oh, I saw a guide. I didn't understand what the guy was doing, but I'm going to do it because, the guide looks convincing. It's kind of like when you ask somebody that purchased a VPN, why do you purchase a VPN? Oh, security. What type of security? Ah, security. What type of security? How does that NordVPN works? Do you know if they keep data? No, it's very secure. Why? No, because they encrypt everything. Do you know that the websites are already encrypted with asymmetric encryption? So are you trying to hide from something or somebody? Like, there are pages that you cannot access? Do you know that you can proxy your traffic to Tor and it's free with using a Linux VM? It's kind of like when you ask those people, they start like crumbling apart because they don't know what they're talking about. So when I did that video, I was like, I don't know why people don't do this. It's more relaxing. You don't have to worry about your HP. What's the deal of tagging everything? It's just that idea maybe works on Firecape when you have good gear, but on Inferno, you're going to get outstack. And if you bring like less than 8 brews, probably you won't make it. You know? Exactly. That is the main point that I make every time that I go to triples. People die because they just saw one guide of somebody tagging absolutely everything, but they forget something. If that guide is from somebody that has done it many times, they assume that you know what they know. That is not how you teach. If I assume that you know what I know, then why are you teaching? Then why are you watching something that you don't know, you know? So that my approach is like, you know, if you want to be efficient, like getting the cape and not caring about the time, that's the video. But you know, the people that came to me and told me, oh, I don't like your approach because you take too long, I was like, dude, the point here is to get the cape, right? So why you care about time if you don't even have one KC? It's like saying, for example, I'm going to a supermarket walking, and I get there by car, and I tell you, you're doing it wrong because you're walking and I got by car. You cannot get to the supermarket by walking. I was like, yes, I can. It's like, you know, 2 blocks away or something like that. But yeah, a lot of people do that. They lose focus on triples, and if they survive, they end up with like 2 brews at what's it called? At sets. And if you have like Bofa and you have bad luck, you're gonna end up with 3-4 sets, and with 2 brews without off taking, good luck. Like, good luck, man. You're not gonna make it. And if you do, it's rarely possible that you'll make it again. That's why when I was teaching people Inferno, it's like, I want you to understand this, but not to get it by luck, to get it because you understand what you're doing. To get basic concepts like, oh, you know, when Sock is enraged, the safe spots doesn't work. Who even said that? They do work. I showed that many times. 3 hits on the corner, once per safe spot. The middle now is a safe spot. I mean, whoever says that that doesn't work and you have to move 2 tiles, I don't know who invented that, but that's not true. And then pretty much, you know, they tell you, oh, but that's not done right. And then you get to like, okay, define right. Ah, well, I got it faster. It doesn't matter. You know, the point of the video is not who gets it faster. So it's kind of like when you come up with your own things, you always encounter resistance. Because if you can show somebody that you can make their Infernos easier by just doing one simple step, they will push back at you and say, oh, but this famous streamer says that I shouldn't be doing it that way. Okay, but how many KC you get? No, I got none, but you know, he's better than you. I was like, dude, we're not debating who is faster. We're debating that you don't have a cape, I do, and you're not following the instructions and you're dying. And if that's the point, if we can agree on that fact, then you're wrong. But again, you try to get into people's mind that way, and it's like arguing with people that think that the earth is a triangle or something. It's just that you won't get anything out of them. It's like people that come up with conspiracy theories about, you know, oh, look at this vaccine is making people get cancer. Do you have proof? No. But I saw a post on Facebook. Yeah, dude. You know, before the pandemic, were you a doctor? No. Suddenly you are? Yeah. Okay, no. It's kind of like that. You reach a barrier, and I heard a good saying that you cannot have a conversation with somebody if the understandings of reality are different. So if my understanding of reality is way different than yours, most likely our conversation is not going to go anywhere. Because 90 or 80% of the conversation is going to be clarifying the framework of your reality versus mine. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, hamster, how's it going? Yeah, dude, it's you know there's a really interesting phenom, and this happens a lot on cults of personalities. When you come up with a fact, and that person say that that is not a fact because they have, I don't know, the best information, right? Um, okay, if they have like the best information, but you show them that you can do it with what you're telling them, so therefore it's a fact, then tell you, oh, but you're still wrong because this guy is better than you. I'm like, dude, you're just, pivoting to another thing. You're claiming that my PV is bad, but I just gave you something that it works. And the point of the conversation is that it works. But usually people that are losing arguments, they pivot to something else. It's just, you find that a lot on people that believe in conspiracies. It's just like the guy on Uber that 2 months ago was bringing me home. And he started asking me, oh, are you vaccinated? I was like, yeah, I am. He said, oh, you know that thing can kill you? I was like, says who? I said, oh, I read a lot of things. I don't believe in that. I was like, okay, why? I said, oh, no, it's just that a lot of pharmacy companies are blah, blah, blah. I was like, okay, so my doctor for 8 years wants to kill me after 8 years for what reason? He said, no, it's not your doctor. I was like, you just told me that my doctor is trying to, coerce something to kill me. So why would he kill me 8 years later? What not the first month he met me? I mean, he has done a endoscopy and colonoscopy on me. Why didn't he kill me when I was sleeping? And then he pivoted to like, oh, but what about Bill Gates? And I was like, what about him? He purchased a lot of stocks on this company. I was like, and why does that make sense? Oh, because he probably knew. I was like, he knew what? Oh, that this was coming. I was like, dude, have you ever like sit down to think that the guy even wrote a book about pandemics being caused worldwide because of blah, blah, blah? That he studies a lot of things. I'm like, I'm not a fan of the guy. I don't care about the guy, But have you ever thought like maybe this guy is smart and he purchased the stocks for a reason? Even one of my mom's friends before the pandemic told me invest on pharmacy because everybody's getting old in the US. I was like, and he's not part of any conspiracy. So the fact that somebody purchased a specific stock doesn't mean that they're in a conspiracy. And then he pivoted to something else like, oh, but what about these cases where people died? I was like, dude, what are you talking about? First, you're telling me that my doctor is trying to kill me. Now it's Bill Gates. Now it's somebody dying. Like, I don't understand what's the correlation here. You're just putting these pins on an imaginary wall, putting rope around it, making me see something that is not there. Like, what's your point? I was like, I'm glad that you're interested in medicine, but getting your information from Facebook or TikTok is not medicine. I was like, are you a doctor? No. I said, yeah, but all doctors are evil. Oh, all doctors are evil. Okay. I was like, it's curious because when I went to my doctor 8 years ago, I lost a lot of weight because of a stomach virus and 3 intestinal ulcers. Now I'm fine. So why my doctor didn't kill me? And he was like, yeah, but he's making you dependent on medication. I was like, dude, I need those medications. I have a lot of stomach problems. I need them. He said, no, but if he was a real doctor, he would look for a natural alternative. I was like, dude, I made a doctor in my job that she wouldn't prescribe me pills and she would just give me natural stuff, and it didn't work. Just because you consume something doesn't mean that it's going to work for everybody. That's just such a non-scientific approach that what works for me works for you. So, if I play OSRS, you should play OSRS because I like it, so you should like it too. That's the dumbest thing you can ever say. And the guy just keep pivoting and said, oh yeah, I've never been sick in my life. And I was like, yeah, my grandma neither would. She died of 92 and, because she was old and she was fully vaccinated. What's your point? And he was like, oh, no, but, people back in the day used to live longer. I was like, don't you think it's because of boat quality, because of the air quality? Like, you're just willing to blame everything on one thing. You don't have any environmental studies. You don't have anything. And he was like, yeah, but blah, blah, blah. I was like, yeah, dude, I don't believe you. Like, everything that you're telling me is not fact checked, so no. And he was like, yeah, when everything was closed during the pandemic, what do you think the government was doing? I was like, What do you mean what the government was doing? I mean, you can still go out if you had to work. But yeah, but what makes you think that there was nobody like transporting any secret material around the streets when everything was closed? I was like, what secret material? We don't even have an army or a nuclear facility, dude. We're a small country. What material is being transported? Drugs? He said, well, maybe. I was like, do you realize that there are street cameras from the government that monitor the streets that you can access online? Yeah, but maybe, you know, that's fake footage. I was like, okay, so you're just making everything up. Everything is fake. You know, somebody that we don't know was transporting some random material that we don't know. And that everybody around the world got together and said, let's close everything to transport this or have these secret meetings. I was like, you realize how stupid that sounds, right? And the guy just went nuts. And the guy just went nuts and said, oh, I'm just telling you because, you know, you're young. I don't want you to die young. I was like, dude, you're not saving anybody with that thinking. Like, you're not a doctor. Your points of view are from Twitter or from TikTok. So I was like, do you know that TikTok suppresses a lot of things because of the Chinese algorithm that suppresses bad news about China? I was like, do you know that a lot of people on Twitter are Russian bots spreading misinformation? This is verified by FBI, by CISA, by CrowdStrike. Do you know anything of that? Of the misinformation? It all comes from Russia. Do you know that? And he was like, no, I didn't know that. I was like, okay, so you don't know anything about cybersecurity, but you trust a random guy on Twitter. I was like, that's pretty much your basis of analysis. I was like, you're probably upset because of COVID happened, but you don't need to blame like, oh, the doctors are against me. Nobody's against you, dude. Like, you have to be the most insignificant person to think that somebody's trying to kill you. Nobody's trying to kill you. And the guy just told me, no, you know, you have to be careful. I was like, dude, you use WhatsApp, right? He said, yeah. I was like, WhatsApp gathers all the information that you send and makes backups on the cloud. So all your private information is on Facebook's hands. You use Facebook, same thing. You use TikTok. It captures keystrokes. Read a report from the FBI. So I was like, your self-called tools of liberty are just giving you misinformation. You just don't notice. I was like, read how this journalist was killed by Mohammed bin Salmani. Read about it. Read how the Twitter algorithm was manipulated to make Saudi Arabia as a good country. You don't understand how these things work. And the guy was like, yeah, but you know, I was able to discover this by myself. I was like, yeah, on social media, that is an invalid point. Social media, you're not going to find somebody trying to give you free information. Most likely they're just trying to boost their channel and monetize out of you by ad revenue. And the guy just didn't understand that. And I was like, okay. And he was like, yeah, I believe that, you know, they're suppressing the cure of cancer and everything. I was like, dude, that theory, you know, okay, sure. Okay. It's like the guy that said that he discovered how to run an engine with water and he was killed. You know, oh yeah, Saudi Arabia went after me because I have so much information on how to turn water into gasoline. Come on, dude. I was like, suddenly all the info that you got, you know, it was erased. And I gave him an analogy. I was like, if I tell you that there is a UFO in my backyard, but every time that I tell you to come and look at the freaking UFO, it's gone, and I tell you that the government took it, will you believe me? And he said, well, maybe, I don't know. I was like, dude, first of all, how would somebody, because you claim that this is the US government, because our government doesn't have the capacity to pick a massive UFO ship on my backyard. It just doesn't make sense. So you claim that there has to be somebody from the US flight from US to Costa Rica so fast, or somebody here with, you know, all this secret military equipment that we don't have, take that UFO away from me and somehow, you know, threaten me to say, if you say something, we're gonna, I don't know, go after you or your cat or something. Completely bonkers. And he was like, no, but you know, most of these people have been silenced. I'm like, you realize that it's not being silenced, that if you own a platform and the platform says, I don't like your content, they can ban you. The platform is not yours. So if you get banned by saying something stupid or being, you know, mean to others and you get banned, it's in the entire company terms and conditions that they can do that. So, you know, it's just I was like, you probably never heard about that kid that has his picture on Facebook, and he sued Mark Zuckerberg, and Zuckerberg won because he said, because you put that picture on Facebook, that picture is technically mine, and he lost the how's it called, the legal case. If you remember back in the old days with Facebook, there was a picture of a kid in like yellowish tone from like old-timey photos, and that kid sued Mark Zuckerberg, and he lost because Zuckerberg said, you upload the picture on my platform, I can use it however I want, read the terms and conditions. And that was it. He was suing the guy for millions or billions of dollars, and he lost. And his excuse was, do you read the terms and conditions? No, I didn't, but that's my picture. Doesn't matter. Picture is not mine. So I was like, if you read that, and if you read all the information of what real social media is, like you think that there's somebody actually against you, trying to censor you everywhere, you probably think that you're really smart. But real smart people don't tell you that they're really smart. That's real dumb people trying to con you to make you think that they're smart, so therefore you should do what they say. And you know, it was a long ride home, dude. Like the guy was trying to all the angles he could, and you know, I was telling him, dude, if you knew anything about cybersecurity, you will know about the Russian troll factory that pretty much spreads misinformation about absolutely everything. And he was like, no, but you know, I read this on Facebook and it's not Russian. I was like, you don't understand, right? You're not gonna see a guy named, I don't know, Vladimir or Vasily saying, oh, comrade, I have very important information about COVID-19. No. I was like, they're gonna make fake accounts, or they're gonna pay some right-wing influencer to spread misinformation, and they're just gonna fund it. That's how Russia operates. They operate in indirect targets, because they know that if there's an influencer from that country that somehow people believe him because he is charismatic, and they just give him money, selling it to other companies, he's just gonna say stupid stuff that people are gonna believe, and they're gonna riot for nonsense. That is Russia's endgame. And he was like, no, that's not true. I was like, dude, it is true. And if you don't know that, look for the FBI pretty much detailing step by step how Russian disinformation travels on social media. If you don't understand that, then you're really stupid. And the guy just told me, no, I just don't believe that. I was like, okay, you believe that, you know, a vaccine is going to kill me, but you don't believe reports of the FBI and CrowdStrike and CISA. Literally agencies that were able to determine a lot of things of malware. You don't believe, like, you know, the people that run the institutions that keep, you know, a lot of people say you don't believe them because there's something nefarious about the way that they behave, right? And the guy just started throwing me like, oh yeah, but you know, blah 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 with the government, this and there. I was like, I don't believe you, dude. Back in the day, our president, I told him, I don't like our president, you know, but I don't think he's in a conspiracy. I was like, it will be very dumb for me to say, yeah, he's on a conspiracy to, you know, steal our dinner or something to make us stay home, or he's in a conspiracy with fast food industries to make us, I don't know, order everything from fast food, and he's making billions of dollars in profit. I don't have that evidence, you know. I can make this up, make it sound convincing, buy some Russian bots and tell you that it is true because a lot of people believe it. But I was like, have you ever heard a song that you don't like but it's popular? It's the same thing. Just because some people like the song doesn't mean that you like it or it's good. So what you're telling me that I should believe just because this guy has a lot of, because he's popular, but you don't believe a doctor just because he doesn't have a podcast? It doesn't make sense. I was like, my doctor probably doesn't have a social media. He's an old guy. So just because he doesn't have social media and he's not promoting like stupidity online, then he's lying? I was like, don't you think he will be more willing to tell me the truth because he's unaware about how social media works? My God, dude, that was such a long ride home, and the guy was just couldn't connect the dots. But it was funny because, you know, I think the guy will just get anybody that writes his over and try to spread this information that somehow he learned online with some other people, like trying to warn him about something that is not real. But I was like, dude, you're not gonna convince me. Like, it takes more than just I read it on Facebook to convince me. And if you actually read the FBI reports about social media, about Russia, you will know what the Russian troll factory is. You should be aware of X, Y, and Z. And if you're not aware of that, then you're probably not very knowledgeable on technology and social media. Está en el Discord. Oh, Wi-Fi extender? Why the signal doesn't get good on your computer? Se supone que ya tengo 2, pero no sé si este muchacho me va a cancelar este sábado. Tendría que esperar porque, digamos, un muchacho me dijo que quiere este domingo, pero no sé si lo va a hacer. Se supone que ya estos 2 fines de semana ya tengo a alguien, pero siempre está la posibilidad que cancelen. ¿Qué tal? Yeah, we'll have been blocking signal, guys. Yeah, if you can get a cable, it's better. Because, Wi-Fi is known for bad connection in general. But if you could get a cable, it's just better. I don't know. There you can buy up to, I guess, 100 meters of cable, and it's not that expensive. Hay un bug, qué raro. Extraño. En el Discord que está en la descripción, en la parte de Inferno Coliseo, yo siempre pregunto el fin de semana. Alexander y otro muchacho en Twitch ya habían pedido uno el sábado y el otro el domingo. Si Alexander cancela el sábado, sería el sábado, porque este muchacho de Twitch me dijo el domingo. Yo les doy tiempo el jueves, el viernes para que me digan a qué hora. Pero si no me responden para el día del viernes o el sábado, yo los dejo afuera y ya no les pregunto. Yeah, I hook the cable directly to the router or the modem because the thing is that creates a better stable connection. Wi-Fi is just not stable. That technology was never meant to be stable. Sadly, a lot of ISP says, oh yeah, our internet is really stable on Wi-Fi, but the signals are crashing all over the walls, and sometimes if you have other devices that generate signals, they can crash there. Like for example, Wi-Fi travels in waves, of course, that we cannot see. So if something is creating waves and it hits something like a fluorescent bulb or something, that also emanates some type of a static, and that makes the quality of the signal be grainy. That also happens with walls, with TVs, a lot of other things. And depending on the router that you have, there are different type of antennas that you can buy. So there's antennas that are like straight line, that the laser, go almost in a straight line. I think the most common antenna is like dipole or something like that. I don't remember, dude. I took a networking course that include like wireless, and they were talking about the type of antennas that you need for every type of situation, or most of situations. But it was interesting. It was interesting because wireless is such a big subject that it has its own career. Wireless is such a big subject that it has its own career. Three. Sí, le tengo que preguntar a Alexander para cuándo. Si él no me responde el viernes o el jueves, entonces yo lo muevo para la próxima semana. Este muchacho de Twitch me dijo que el domingo, pero no me ha dicho la hora. Inferno o Coliseo, lo que me pillan mi fin de semana. Creo que Alexander es Inferno. Y ese otro muchacho de Twitch es Coliseo. Three, 4. I'm gonna get some water. Yeah, you get a Ethernet cable, and you put it on your network port. Oh, hey Renz, how's it going? You put it on your network port. Now there are some computers like this one. You see, they don't have a network port, right? Because a network port is different. So you have to buy a USB that adapts to a network cable. So if your computer is like this one that I use for like testing software, you see that it doesn't have a network port. I have a USB Type C that I plug on the USB Type C, and it gets instant connection. So if your computer doesn't have the network port, you can actually buy an extender for that. Well, they're going all right, but no rares since yesterday, so. Oh, I see. Yeah, if you, for example, you need a cable like this. There's an Ethernet cable, a very short one, but you see that it has this adapter. So this adapter pretty much is to connect the Type C, which is like the port that you use for your cell phone, and it has an extender of a network port. So that's what I use sometimes when I have to configure something. With the laptop that I show you, also my work laptop doesn't have Ethernet port. So yeah. I mean, if you pass a cable like properly, you know, it shouldn't cause any problems, but it's not gonna suck a lot of the bandwidth of the people on your house. Because for example, if you stream, yeah, that takes a lot of bandwidth. But if you just play OSRS, dude, OSRS consumes little to nothing. The game is very, very light. The reason why I know that is because when I was at work in 2017, our work it was pretty much if you finish work, which was pretty much like 3 to 4 network cases per day. If you finish them, let's say all in 3 hours, you have 5 hours left to do absolutely anything you want. So I installed the mobile OSRS app, and I was there on Nightmare Zone with mobile data, but I had prepaid. I have a prepaid phone, so you know I had like maybe I don't know $10 worth of prepaid. And when I was playing OSRS, it was probably spending 8 hours, like $2. So it's absolutely nothing because it's a very light game. It's a very, very light game. What takes most out of your network, it's streaming. Streaming, YouTube, things like that. Like for example, I don't trust my modem or my router to give me a consistent how's it called, signal. Why? Dude, because there's a lot of things that can interfere to the Wi-Fi signal. Like I said, Wi-Fi, well, it's actually not called Wi-Fi. The technical name is 802.111. Pretty much it stands for when it was invented, which it was like in the 80s, February or something. 802.111 is the scientific name for wireless Wi-Fi. And basically it has an entire career that you can study how wireless works and what is the best way to transmit it. But something that you know about Wi-Fi or wireless, it is the fact that that this thing was not made for it to be reliable. It was made in the 80s or early 90s to reach computers in a remote way. So you didn't have to spend like a lot of cable, because back in the day cables were really expensive. Nowadays, you know, you can get like 100 meters of cable very cheap because it's copper. But back in the day, dude, you know, computers were not even standardized. You know, we had IBM computers with different ports, Mac computers with different ports, cables for different computers. Nothing was standardized, you know. So yeah, we had, I think it was like bat cables that they call it. And yeah, but anyways, wireless was developed in a way like I can reach computers in a remote way. But I don't care if it's reliable or not, but the point is that I can reach them, because back in the day, everything was not even graphical. Everything was, how's it called? Everything was terminal, you know, everything was a black screen. So basically to reach lower places with Wi-Fi was reliable because the data that you were transferring was not even 1 meg. So Wi-Fi has been transformed over the years, but Wi-Fi came to that necessity. Like, I need to reach more computers that I cannot reach in cable mode. So I need a technology, and that's how Wi-Fi was born. But yeah. And the reason why I know all this nonsensical knowledge is because on a course of Network Plus of CompTIA, there was an entire episode about Wi-Fi. How was it created? The technology, the encryption, you know, all the things that went to Wi-Fi. But I remember that the guy that was giving the course says, you know, I'm just going to give you the basic information. It's not going to be a detailed course because Wi-Fi or wireless, it's an entire career. I will only give you a basics, but he pretty much said, Wi-Fi or wireless is not for reliability. It's not reliable. And that's, you know, that's the main point. You can modify the technology as much as you want, but the main purpose is just to be able to reach devices. The thing is that a lot of people rely on Wi-Fi or wireless because mostly they watch streams, YouTube, TikTok, all of these things have buffers. So they, you know, way before, if you remember the old YouTube, when you have a bad connection, the video midway will freeze. That doesn't happen anymore because of buffering. So that's the reason why. But yeah. I'm just going about getting to triples, yeah. Yeah, try to get something that amplifies your signal, but if you keep missing prayers or you keep realizing that you're lagging, the best way will be like if in that day you can get a direct connection on a cable, just for that specific part of the Inferno, because you really need it. Obviously, like I said, it's very easy to say, oh, it's my connection, you know, everything is biased against me. Yeah, but that's also very easy to prove. That is also very easy to prove. Even though ping is not a 100% way accurately to measure, you know, network connectivity, if you ask somebody that works in network, you know, like I used to, ping is fine, but most of the good tools that measure your speed are some tools of Cisco that actually measure the top talkers and everything. Ping is okay because ping is just measuring a connection between point A to point B. If there is any interference getting there, it means that you'll have problems, but it's not a good way to measure your speed or anything like that. It's just a small percentage of bandwidth being sent to another place and how quickly and how resistant that connection is. But it's not a good way to measure speed and other things, you know. Packet loss is actually measured by things like Wireshark. But yeah. So for example, look at this ping that I'm running, right? Look at this ping that I'm running. What matters here is not the bytes. What matters here is not the TTL. It matters the MS. If you see your MS pinging Google, for example, you know, because the day that Google crashes, we'll all be dead by then. The day that, you know, if you ping Google, you know, ping google.com space -t. And if you see that this fluctuates a lot, like 70, 80, 30, 60, 600, then that's latency. If your connection is stable enough, this value should change little to nothing. And there should be little to no request timeouts. That's how you measure a little bit your connection Wi-Fi wise. That way you can notice if your connection is stable or not where you're at. Like I said, ping is not, if you ask somebody that it's a real network guy. I used to work in networking, but it was not my thing. But somebody that really works on network, if you tell them, is ping a good way to rely on, you know, for latency, they will tell you no. They will tell you the best way is Wireshark and some other tools that, you know, Cisco has and some other companies have. But it's a good way to measure basic connectivity. For example, on Wi-Fi, my ping to Google is 60, but directly connected to the modem is 40. You might think 40 milliseconds or 20 milliseconds is nothing, but that can change your experience on how you interact with the game. A few milliseconds, it can actually make a big difference. Because it doesn't matter, like my friend Kelvin used to tell me, it doesn't matter your ping as long as it's consistent, and that is true. You can have a connection that is 10 megs, but it's consistent, but I can have 1 gig that is inconsistent and the 10 meg will win for gaming and for chatting and for streaming, because, you know, consistency beats everything else. So you can do the test with a ping for your Wi-Fi signal. I think this RuneLite also has a ping plugin that shows like a thing that goes up and down. But I think the CMD that now is PowerShell these days on Windows, it's better. So you can open CMD, which is command line, and then type this command, which is ping, which is very well known, ping google.com space slash, dash minus T, and that runs a forever ping to Google. And basically, if you realize that the numbers of the milliseconds don't change, your connection is stable. But at the time that you see that thing fluctuating to different MS numbers, you're pretty much having latency. Yeah, I mean, if you can get a direct connection while you do Inferno, you will notice the difference. Yeah, like I said, I'm not that type of person. Like, I like to blame everything on, for example, connection loss, or, you know, oh, this game is so racist towards Latin America, you know, look at my ping is 62. Yeah, it might not be the best, and yes, in shooters that matters a lot. Who registers the damage first, that matters a lot. But on this type of content, as long as your ping is consistent, you can do it. But it's gonna feel different. For example, my friend from Canada, I brought him to the Worlds that I'm playing, where I have like 60 ping, and he had like 100 and something, and he told me, dude, I cannot change prayers properly. And I told him, welcome to the world of Latin America, because obviously at having higher ping, the game feels a little bit different. And he didn't believe me, and I was like, dude, it makes sense, because that means that my click take longer to register on the server. That's what the ping is for. That is what the ping functionality on RuneLite says. How much delay there is between your computer to the Jagex server. And if you tell me that doesn't affect, there's really poor understanding of networking in general. But yeah, my friend, I remember he said, dude, how can you play with 100 ping? I was like, dude, that's how I play every day. And he said, oh, this feels so clunky and stuff. I was like, yeah, that's what I have to play with. But if you have like Wi-Fi, like I said, when I used to play with Wi-Fi on my old laptop, dude, it was never good. always connection loss, always latency. Signal sometimes crash. There's also the possibility that, you know, something is crashing against the signal. My lowest swing is at 120. Okay. I mean, it's not that low, but as long as it doesn't jump a lot, you should be good. Yeah, just make sure I measure my walls and everything to make sure that I have enough cable. Keep in mind that if, let's say that, I don't know how you measure, but we measure in Costa Rica in meters. So there was between, I don't know, 7 or 8 meters between my computer to the modem. So, you know, if they tell you have a 5-meter cable, just go for something bigger. Doesn't matter if you have to like spare cable like somewhere in a corner. That's better than the thing being tight. Trust me. Yeah, if you have a direct connection, your clicks register better. That's just a well-known fact. Come on. Yeah, if you can get the cable, you'll notice the difference right away. I mean, it's not that I'm trying to sell you a cable, right? I don't have a hardware store. But if you go, like, for example, most of the ISPs and serious companies, when they want reliability and they want something consistent, they use cables. No signal yet has been a cable. As sad as it sounds, you know, you can tell me, oh, what about Musk Starlink? That's completely different. That is completely different. Because, you know, if the signal comes from space to your appliance, it's not that, you know, the appliance cannot generate latency to your devices. It can. I mean, maybe the latency is 0 because, you know, it comes from space, I guess. I never used that technology. But it can lag your devices if it's far away because the technology that delivers the signal is Wi-Fi. It can come from space, but at the end, it's Wi-Fi. So it's like converting one signal to another, pretty much. Oh, you live in Asia. Okay, I understand. Interesting that they don't have like a, what's it called? Worlds for Asia. I remember that they used to have an Indian world a long, long time ago.
I'm in the whip with authority, looking like Scotty. She got a body, ayy. And she been calling me patty lately. Want me to put her in Cardi J's. And the deserted. Put her work for the money she earned it. Give me time service. Now I gotta block these. She worth it. I'm out in Abu Dhabi with a bad look like Scotty. Ooh.
I see. I put the, I mean, my main computer is on the living room because I thought it would be kind of selfish putting the modem on my room, because this living room is like the connection for the kitchen, for the other two rooms, because this house is really small, right? So yeah, basically I thought I'm gonna put it in the middle, you know, the living room, and everybody can get signal. However, walls cut a lot of the signal. So I had to buy an external router connecting to the modem to distribute the signal to, like, you know, my mom's TV, my mom's cell phone when she's like, you know, at her room. I don't care if I don't have internet when I go to sleep. You know, it doesn't really matter because I don't use my phone when I go to sleep. So I place it, like, let's say strategically, but still failed because of the walls. So, but if I would have put it in my room, she wouldn't have signal if she was in the kitchen or on her room. And yeah, that's why, you know, I play in my living room, because the modem is there. Fun. Yeah, cable is just better. Cable is just better. I mean, even people that, you know, these self-procuring gamers that they're like, oh, you know, I use a Starlink, no latency. Yeah, sure. Your signal comes from space, but guess what? What you receive is Wi-Fi. So even if you have thick walls, it's gonna be the same stupid problem. But you know, they're being paid to say that, so probably they don't understand how the technology works. But you know, it's yeah. Yeah, cable is cheaper. Copper is very cheaper these days, so you can buy like even 100 meters of cable, and it's very cheap. It's very, very cheap. Yeah, I don't think they will though. Their view of people who play is always UK, Germany, Australia, and US, and that's it. I don't think that Canadian worlds exists anymore. Yeah, it's usually US, which I think they think that it's the entire American continent. Germany, which I guess it encapsulates, I guess, everybody. Oh, in the UK worlds, and the New Zealand or Australian worlds, and that's it, right? I don't think there's any other worlds that I'm missing. On the original RuneScape, they had more worlds, like, you know, a Mexican world, an Indian world, a Sweden world. I don't know, man. Probably, I guess they think that there's no, like, business for them there. I really don't know, man. I I really don't know. I mean, even if, for example, a world in Mexico or something like that, that could, help us with a little bit of better ping. But there is a big portion of South America that plays this game. I don't know if they don't take the venture because they probably don't see it as profitable or what it is. I mean, it's just that Jagex really doesn't answer a lot of questions, We could speculate that they don't want to do it because it's not profitable for them. We could speculate that they have I don't know, a bias against certain populations. We don't know. We don't know. Like, we really don't know. It's just that they don't specify. I mean, for South America, a lot of the people on YouTube that watch me are from South America. So, I mean, it's just not only me saying that. It's just like a lot of people that play in RuneScape that speak Spanish are from South America. There are not a lot of people in Central like me, but, I wouldn't mind if they get their own server because, it's better for them. But I don't think Jagex has even analyzed the possibility because it would be like, why would we give them better quality? They can play with what they have. I guess, I don't know. It's weird. Or probably they have this narrow vision that, only in America is only US, Germany is, Europe is Germany and UK, and Asia is just Australia. I know, right? Probably something that they have never considered. Yeah, probably. Or the thing about something that I notice about Jagex is that they don't look into a problem unless somebody well known in the community of RuneScape points it. Like, for example, I was warning my viewers about the scam of the GE of people telling you, oh, buy me feathers or the price limit so they can take you to a PvP world later through social engineering. And I remember that I saw a video of the same guy that I reported, and only because a content creator that was well known reported him, they actually banned him when I was reporting him every day. So I think that Jagex kind of reacts in the way that, oh, if it's not a well-known person telling me, the opinion is invalid. When it should be the other way around, right? The most common people actually have I guess, the best ideas or the ideas of the people that play the game, because we actually play the game. It's kind of like making a survey about the cost of life, and your main source of asking somebody how tough life is for you, economically, is like asking a billionaire. It doesn't make sense. And that's the thing. That's the thing about, I noticed, Jagex. They don't listen to a community. They just listen to like, oh, this content creator is an ambassador, so I'm gonna listen to him no matter how stupid is the idea. Because if people watch him, it means that people agree. And just like Inferno, it's the same thing. People just listen to one person regardless if he makes sense or not, and they mindlessly do what he says. So it's kind of like that. So I think if nobody raises, like nobody well known is from Asia and raises that concern to Jagex, they will never even bother to look into it, because for them the worlds that they have is enough, because those are the people that play this game anyways. Yeah, I noticed that that's how they operate. You can report something as somebody that is well known, they won't pay attention. Somebody that is well known reports the same thing and they will pay attention. So that just pretty much tells you that they don't listen really to a community. It's more like, this content creator says this is a good idea, and that's it. Or even a lot of ideas that come from like regular people, they're influenced to vote yes or no depending on what a content creator says, which I think is really dumb. But it kind of resembles IRL a little bit, when somebody's like has a way of thinking, but somebody tries to convince them to vote otherwise because this guy is cooler for me, or my friends is voting for this guy, or something like that. But kind of like, I think 80 or 90% of the OSRS community work like that. They see somebody saying something, doing something, and because they like that person, they don't stop to analyze if that is correct or that is actually the best way of doing it. And it's really sad. That's what I learned when I was doing Inferno. That a lot of people don't even realize if what they're learning is valuable to them, or if it's just plain entertainment. It's really strange, but people cannot tell the difference between entertainment and learning. So whenever you try to present a point to people that want to learn a specific content, they will tell you that you're wrong without even looking at you, because you are not X, Y, and Z. It's kind of like, I compared, like, I used to sell food. Well, my mom used to make food and I used to take it to work and sell it there. We started with baked goods, and then we were selling lunches and everything else. But the thing is that a lot of people that came to me, they were like, sir, no, just kidding, they didn't call me sir, but they were asking me, dude, how much this thing, how fresh is this? I'm like, dude, it's homemade. I don't know how you can get fresher than that. The vegetables come from a farmer's market. The fruit comes from a farmer's market. It's organic. It's blah blah blah. And they will start casting doubt on the product, telling me, oh, dude, I'm not sure because what about if I don't like it? I was like, dude, how do you even try, for example, McDonald's for the first time? Do you told the cashier, I'm gonna taste this burger, but if I don't like it, you give me a money back? I was like, that is the dumbest thing ever. I was like, you don't question big fast food chains, but you're questioning me? And he's like, yeah, it's just that I'm not sure. I was like, dude, you don't even know what's inside of, I don't know, whatever you eat in the fast food, but I tell you exactly what this food has, and you're questioning me? Why you don't question fast food industry? And it's the same thing. The same thing happens on RuneScape. You cast out on people that are unknown or they are doing things in a different way, but you don't cast out in well-known people. Like, you know, they can come out with the most obnoxious thing, or they can say the stupid things ever, but because they're well-known, you will agree with them because that's the trend. You don't stop to think, I don't think what this guy is saying is right. You just go with the flow. And that happens everywhere. Social media, OSRS community, food industry. It's really sad. Yeah, and you know what is really, you know what's really funny? You know what's really funny? I had a guy on Kick that told me something really funny. He tells me that the code of conduct of the rules of RuneScape are not real rules because content creators break them all the time and their accounts don't get banned. And I was like, so you're telling me, it's like, okay, so you're telling me just because the rules, somebody's breaking them, that you're entitled to break them. And his excuse was, yeah, you know, this guy is breaking them and his account hasn't been banned. I was like, it's just like saying that Michael Jackson was entitled to touch all these kids because he's Michael Jackson. So that entitles you to do the same thing, right? And he said, no, that doesn't have to do anything. I was like, dude, that has to do absolutely everything. It's like you're saying, oh, Elon Musk avoids all these taxes. I should be able to do that. Try to do that, you too. You'll go to jail. It doesn't make sense. What you're saying doesn't make sense. You're just affirming that people with more money and fame status get treated differently. That's a known fact. But you normalizing crime just gives them more power. It just doesn't make sense. It's really sad, but at the same time, you try to like reason with these people that the more that they normalize, you know, breaking rules and crime in general, because these people are well-known idols, they can pretty much abuse every single rule. And you will be like, oh yeah, but I like the guys, so I don't know. And I told him, dude, that is the dumbest thing that you can ever do. Like, you know, I told him that I hope you never become a lawyer because that is the dumbest thing I ever heard. Like, if your best defense for breaking the law or breaking the rules of RuneScape is like, this guy well known is doing it, so I guess it's not illegal. I was like, that is the dumbest way of reasoning. I was like, you probably didn't go to 4th grade because something that your mom tells you if you had a parents, or your dad tells you if Jimmy jumps from the 2nd floor, you don't jump from the 2nd floor. We don't care what Jimmy does. We care about your security, not what Jimmy is doing. So I told him, if that is your excuse for break the laws or to break the code of conduct, just because somebody else is doing it, I don't care. You don't have integrity, he doesn't have integrity, I don't care. I don't have to role model others because I have personality. If you don't, fine. You know, do whatever you want, but don't come to me with arguments like, well, this guy is well known, so I guess it's allowed. No, that's not how the world works. You know, it's kind of stupid. Yeah, I mean, you can do it any way you want. But the thing, Jabber, that you're gonna have troubles with is people putting you down. Like, for example, the way that I did triples without taking damage, probably nobody thought about it. And that's okay. It's not that you're saying that you're a genius for thinking about it. But the fact that you thought about it and you give people an alternate solution, but because it's not on mainstream or it's not out there, you're gonna be like spreading misinformation. And it's not true. You can even prove that it is actually true that you can beat the Inferno that way or triples that way, but you'll still be like some odd guy trying to manipulate others to do other stuff when they're actually eating a lot of misinformation that is just not adding to their critical thinking skills. It's really sad. And people don't see the implications of these things being normalized, like, oh, this guy is famous, so, you know, Everybody in the media is lying. Everybody that is not him is lying. That is cult of personality, dude. That's how dictatorship starts. Only this guy is right, you know. Everybody in the media is against them. Oh, you know, this doctor is not right because my favorite personality says he's not. That's how you end up, you know, being completely manipulated. If you don't have like critical thinking skills, you can always learn them. But the fact that you think that somebody, and just somebody, is absolutely right all the time, you have a real problem. You have a real problem, either self-esteem wise, or I don't know what is it, but if somebody tells me this guy's absolutely right on everything he says, no. I can take the advices, but if you tell me this guy's right all the time, no, that just doesn't ring with me. But again, a lot of people tell me, oh, you know, that's not the correct doing the Inferno. When I show them that it can be done that way, okay, but you're slow. I was like, that's not the point. The point you're making is that that's not how you do it, and I just show you that you can do it. So, you know, if you want to do some mental gymnastics about what you told me at the beginning, that's fine. But, you know, it's just critical thinking doesn't work like that. If you want to ask me something and I answer the question, and I show you evidence that what I'm doing works, and your answer is, oh yeah, but that makes you slow, that doesn't make sense. There is a saying in Spanish that my dad used to say, that it's pretty much, if I do it good, I do it bad, and if I do it bad, I do it worse. And it pretty much means that whenever you encounter somebody that doesn't like you, no matter what you do, they will never like you. They will always find a flaw in whatever you do, and there's no way to please them. So yeah, there's pretty much a saying in Spanish, like, when I do it good, I do it bad. When I do it bad, I do it worse. And that just describes people that are pretty much completely inflexible, and they don't have proper way of, you know, critical thinking skills. And they just think there's just one way to do things, you know. I even gave an analogy of a guy eating an apple. I was like, if you see a YouTube video of a guy eating an apple with his hands, and I tell you, you can also eat it by slicing it with a knife, and you tell me that is BS, that's not how, I don't know, this guy eats an apple. I was like, you can eat an apple slicing it with a knife, dude. No, you have to use your hands. Not really. You can use, you know, a knife. No, that's not true. And if I show you, you know, that I'm eating an apple with a knife, you'll tell me, yeah, but, you know, with a knife you can poke an eye out. And I was like, that's not the point, right? I'm eating the apple. So it's like, if you try to dismantle somebody that tells you that you're wrong, even when you have the information, they're just gonna pivot to something else. Exactly. And the point of the guy on Kick was like that because he wanted me to get him the cape, and I told him I can coach you for free. I don't sell capes because I follow the, you know, the rules of the game. And he said, oh, I don't know why you follow the rules of the game. A lot of content creators that are well known, they don't follow them. I was like, I don't care if they don't have integrity. I do. And he's like, oh, so you're calling all these content creators that, you know, that they're lack of integrity? I was like, yeah, I am. He said, oh, you know, but a lot of those people are well known. I was like, yeah, so? I was like, so, you know, just because this guy is well known, you trust him more than a doctor or something like that? I was like, dude, you're mixing things that don't make sense. If the game says that you cannot do this, and you see a content creator doing it and feeling cool about it, you should be ashamed of yourself for normalizing that. You're actually giving a criminal the status of, oh, this guy is cool because he doesn't care. That is the dumbest thing ever. I mean, if you're 14 or 15, I understand. But if you're a grown-up man, then you shouldn't be like, oh my god, this guy is so cool because he doesn't care about anything. No, that's the dumbest thing ever. And if your standards for quality of somebody's way of thinking is how, mean they are to others, how racist they are to others, or how stupid they are to defend a point that doesn't make sense, and they just say it over and over, probably your standards of education are really low. But, you know, it's really sad. It's really sad because I remember that the guy just went to all that extent to tell me, you know, I break the rules because content creators break the rules. I was like, yeah, because you don't have personality. You don't follow what you really should be doing because others don't do it. You know, you do what others do. So where's your self-called free will, right? You probably don't have one. But it was really dumb, you know. It was one of those arguments that get to nowhere. The guy was like, yeah, but you know, if this content creator is not following the rules, why should I? I was like, yeah, the problem is that you normalize it. So, you know, I was like, you probably don't understand the consequences of you being that dumb. Exactly. Exactly, because the way that I explain triples, is very simple. But somebody can tell you, oh no, I don't do it that way. I saw it on this video. I was like, have you tried my method? No, 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 that doesn't work. You sure it doesn't work? No, no, it works, but it's a waste of time. Okay, so does it work or is it a waste of time? It's kind of like people trying to pivot to like different things at the same time because they cannot make sense of whatever they're saying. So I usually ask them, why it doesn't work? Oh, because if you attack them all, they don't heal Jad. I was like, have you ever timed how much time it takes for you to get less than half HP to Jad? It's like 30 or 20 seconds. So you're telling me that on 3 Jads, that's like, what? How many minutes? It's not even 2 minutes. So why you are concerned about time when you're already 2 hours in? It doesn't make sense. I usually ask people, are you a speedrunner? No. Okay, so why you care about how much you last on the Inferno? You're already wasting time. So that's why the most examples and analogies that you can do on a specific type of content like Inferno, the better people can understand. I remember telling a guy, dude, it's not a race of 100 meters, it's a marathon. So when you see people running marathons, what do? They start on a slow to medium pace, and when they see the goal, what do? They sprint. That's what you have to do at the Inferno. And here you just have to go fast whenever you can, but it's not a necessity. But yeah. Dude, I remember that guy that told me that the code of conduct was an advice and not actual rules. I was like, dude, it says there that you can be banned, or that, yeah. And he said, it says can, but it doesn't say that you will, so it's an advice. I was like, what the hell is that? I was like, so you're telling me that because it says that you can be banned and it doesn't say that you will be banned, you're using that mental gymnastics to tell me that the code of conduct is just a friendly advice. It was so, dude, like, I was like, if you're a lawyer, imagine if you're a lawyer and you're in a court case and you're like, yeah, but you know, here it says that murder takes, it gives you like 30 years, but at nowhere it says that you cannot commit it. It's just that you'll go to jail. So technically it's not illegal. You know? It's kind of dumb, you know what I mean? Yeah, exactly. It's very weird, dude, because it's like people don't know how to be difference between entertainment, heavily edited videos, and learning. You know what I mean? I usually ask people, when you watch a video on a subject that you want to learn, give me at least 5 key things that you learned that you applied. And they usually cannot even mention one. They usually say, oh, but the guy was really good. I was like, yeah, the guy was really good. I don't care. What do you learn from what you watch? Oh, no, nothing, because I'm not good at the game. I was like, see, that's the problem. You're downplaying yourself. Never downplay yourself, because if you downplay yourself, you pretty much ruin everything, because you need to have confidence that you can do it. If you start with the, I don't know if I can do it, you know, it looks pretty hard, you're not going to get anywhere. You're going to think that the people that are doing this content is sort type of like super smart people, and that's not it. It's just pointing and clicking. The less you put people on a pedestal, the more you're able to realize that you can do this stuff. It's good to have role models, but if at some point you think, oh, this guy is better than me, yeah, you have to, you know, if there are streamers that do this for a living, obviously they have more time to practice. They sleep probably more than you because they don't have a full-time job like you do. So, and it's not an excuse, it's actually reality.
This channel shouldn't
If
be
you have like
allowed.
8, 9 hours, you know, if you have 8 or 9 hours of sleep, you function much better than 5 or 3. You know what I mean? So whoever tells me, oh yeah, you know, I'm not good at this as this guy, come on, dude, don't downplay yourself. Yeah, content creator breaks through, another creator is going to expose them. You're shorter if you keep doing. Yeah, exactly. Eventually you get exposed. But the problem is that even if you get exposed, if you have your people that follow you, your subscribers, your followers, at some point so used that you're breaking the rules, they will normalize for you to break the rules. That's kind of like that's kind of like people saying, oh, you know what, this guy wants to be a dictator. That's kind of okay because, you know, he's like a nice guy. You know, you shouldn't normalize things that shouldn't be normalized. It doesn't make sense. Like saying, oh yeah, you know, Russia spreads misinformation, but so does China. You know, it doesn't even make sense. Like when you want to sympathize with a subject, you just don't pivot to another. Like if I like something, I will say, yeah, I like this thing because X, Y, and Z. But I won't say, oh, I like this thing because, you know, this other person does this too or something like that. But yeah. Ah, no, es mucho más fácil. But yeah, a lot of people that I met and that I coach, they downplay themselves so much, dude. Like, they have this thing where they think that they're bad at the game, and I was like, no, dude, you just have to practice and get better. Always there is somebody better than you all the time, but it's not that you're some useless guy, like, watching videos because you cannot do it yourself. Of course you can. Everybody can. You just need to find the method. You just need to find the proper example or the proper teaching method, but everybody can do it. You know, if it's a hardware or internet limitation, that's different. But if you don't have like an internet or hardware limitation, you should be good to go. But yeah, I mean, anybody can do anything that they desire. It's just that it has been, I don't know why a lot of the community of OSRS, they have been used to like, oh, this guy is better than me, so you know I must be trash. Have you ever considered that the person plays for a living? Have you ever considered that maybe, I don't know, you can upgrade your hardware or your software or your connection or, you know, other things that you're tired, that, you know, a lot of things come into play. It's just, the answer is just you're bad and that's it. No, that's just not how it works. There's always a way to teach the person or a way for the person to learn, as long as that person is willing to learn. Always. I remember, for example, when I started Inferno, dude, probably my friend Kelvin sent me like a video that it was terrible. The guy didn't explain anything. And he was like, oh yeah, if you want to click everything, then you shouldn't be using prayer. And I was like, yeah, but he didn't explain how to do it. He didn't explain absolutely anything. And I realized that's kind of like a trend in the Inferno. Not explaining anything and pretending that you're good so people can praise you. And if that's your way of teaching, that's not teaching. That's like kind of like a patting your own back saying, oh, look at how good I am. That means that I'm a better person than you. Come on, man. And that's why when I got my first KC, I was like, if I can get 50, then maybe I can start teaching it. Guess what? You teach it with 50 KC, people don't believe you because you only have 50. They want to see you on the top boards. You reach on the 25, they don't believe you because you're not on the top 10. You reach top 5, oh, you're not the number 1, so I don't believe you. You reach number 1, oh yeah, but your PV is bad. So it's kind of like my dad used to say, if I do it good, I do it bad. If I do it bad, I do it worse. So whenever you want to like teach somebody or help somebody, they pretty much have to help themselves first in order for you to be able to help them, because otherwise it's just a lost cause. If somebody always finds complaints with what you do, they really don't want to learn anything from you. They just want to put you down. Because if the person is willing to learn or is willing to listen to you, they're just not going to point at bad at everything that you do. There's a difference between providing feedback and putting somebody down. And putting somebody down is just like, you know, straight up attacking the person for the way they play. Oh, look at those styles. I don't know what you're doing. You really suck. You know, that's not feedback. That's just putting somebody down because, you know, you probably have personal issues. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. The main problem that I found with Inferno is that people explain Inferno as if you already knew Inferno. There's nobody that I found that actually explains the Inferno like if you have never done it. That actually embraces it like a regular person and says, you know what, this is how we're gonna do Inferno. No, everybody is like, okay, you know, we're gonna want to click everything and blah blah blah. And questions? No, okay, thank you. Like and subscribe. See you. So that's what I noticed when I was learning Inferno, that people don't treat people that are new like if they were new. They pretty much treat you like, oh, you know, one tick flick and that's it. So that's when I took the time to explain people, you know, there's alternative of one tick flicking. You can bring more prayer stuff. You don't need the occult, blah, blah, blah. You can actually do this and you don't have to work 2 tiles. Safe spot still works. And in a way that it's human relatable and human understandable. Because if you don't explain that way, you're not explaining. A good example is that I remember I told a guy, hey, if Jimi Hendrix, you know, comes back to life and, you know, you hand him a guitar and, you know, he does these crazy things with the guitar and says, it's easy, now you tried. Do you think that's a good lesson? Of course not. You know, but if somebody that is not as good as a guitarist as Jimi Hendrix explains you how to play the guitar and then you put one and one together, then that person is a better teacher than the actual person that is good at playing guitar, because nobody, you know, you can be good at something, but it doesn't mean that you're good at explaining something. Teaching is a completely different thing. Teaching requires you to, first of all, have the mental capability of relating to people's issues and explaining them in different ways so they can understand what you're saying, and to have the linguistic capacity of explaining things in a way that doesn't leave any doubt. And if it leaves any doubt, the person won't be like, I didn't understand anything, but you're the master. It's like if you go to school or to university or college and this professor types a lot of crap on a board, you don't understand anything and everybody starts clapping and nobody understood anything. That's not good education. Yeah, probably you, when you get the cable, you'll be able to pass triples for sure. I mean, if you guys went to school or to university, you always remember a teacher or or a professor that explained subjects so good that even you can explain it by yourself, because of how good he was or she was at explaining you a subject. I had a few teachers like that. And I always remember how they used to explain stuff. But if you just watch a video that, you try to put it in practice and you die and you just pretty much say, oh yeah, it must suck, that's why I die. That's not good education, dude. That's just not good education. In order for you to, let's say, learn something, you have to be able to, question certain things, right? And then after you question certain things and you clear your doubts, then you say, oh yeah, now I understand. Oh yeah, now I don't understand. But at least you should be able to grasp a basic idea. If you don't grasp the basic idea, it's just like, you're paying attention or you're giving your time to somebody that doesn't even care if you make it or not. I think that's the main reason why I started doing Inferno and teaching others, because I realized that a lot of people fall into black market hands because this is so poorly explained that they think that it's impossible. And that's why people think, oh, this guy must be some type of a god. No. I'm playing on 2 accounts as I do this, and it's not hard. Probably when I'm at Sol, I don't play on my other account while I'm pickpocketing Barlamore. But, when I was going for 1,000, I was playing on my Rune Dragon out. So I broke even from the Inferno. And yeah, it's kind of a lazy approach, but that's how I play. But if you ask somebody, they'll be like, no, dude, you need to be fully concentrated. Not really. If you know exactly what you're doing, you can, use 60% of your concentration for this and maybe 80 or 90% when you're at the boss or at weight 10 or 11. Same with Suck. Concentrate on jab, triples, and Suck, and maybe wave 63 and you're done. But yeah. The person that, for example, teach me how to lazy flick was a complete random dude on Twitch. And he explained me, every monster has a cycle, so all the monsters that are the Ranger, Major, and Melee are on a 4-tick cycle, so the reason why you run out of prayer is because you're camping, and the solution is not to bring more gear for prayer, it's just, you have to lazy flick. Lazy flick is this. Use a visual metronome because the sound metronome drives me crazy. He actually sat down with me on Twitch and explained me all of that. He explained me the timers, how they work. And it was the type of guy that would tell you, oh yeah, if you didn't know on animation, the damage is already calculated. Of course, this doesn't apply for the Desert Treasure 2 bosses or DOA, but it applies for the Inferno. So he will tell me, when you see the animation, the damage is already calculated. So when you see the animation, you have to identify a number on the visual metronome and then put the prayer. Remember that number, put the prayer on only at that specific time, and you save a lot of prayer. A simple explanation like that is more simple as saying, if you want to flick, because dude, I remember watching a video, it was so stupid that the guy pretty much tried to explain what is flicking with guitars. And he was like, oh, everybody likes guitars, right? I was like, no, I don't know nothing about music. I like music, but I'm not a musician, right? So he was like, okay, metronome, yeah, I have a metronome right here, and look how it goes. So yeah, metronomes are basically, you like guitars. I'm like, where is this guy even going with this? Dude, it was half an hour of pure crap just to explain that a tick was similar to a metronome IRL when you create music. So you have to be familiarized with music. And I was like, what the hell is this guy even talking about? It's like trying to explain how to make a sandwich and you start involving back in the 16th century when they created a bridge, it doesn't even make sense. So yeah, I remember that I was like, okay, maybe my program is flicking, and I didn't understood how it worked, right? Dude, and I regret every single day, like watching that video of a guy grabbing a guitar and a metronome and trying to explain how the two things correlate. And I was like, if you're a musician, that works, but as an average person, or at least me, I don't understand what the hell he's even saying. In the comments, nobody complained about that. It was like, oh my god, what a genius, dude. You know, you're an inspirational leader of one in a lifetime. Doesn't even make sense. I think I left a comment like, dude, does this work with 90 something ping? Because I think I'm delaying. Never got a response. And obviously it wasn't the ping because it was stable. It was just that he didn't explain the basic thing that is not related to music, just that each monster has a certain speed. And if you use a metronome, for example, like the visual one, and he attacks you in a specific number, you can put the number on and off, I mean the prayer on and off, and then that's how you flick. That's all he had to say. And he went with guitars, with an actual IRL metronome. Like, dude, it was so insane. I remember that I was like, dude, I watched it half an hour, and it's kind of like when you stare at the wall because there's like an insect or something, and you follow the insect and you start thinking, where does this insect live? And I wonder, how much this insect lives. I wonder if he has family and all of that. And you just start like making all this mental stuff, thinking about, I wonder what is a mosquito being like, or things like that. Or I wonder if, that mosquito comes from a bottle that is outside of my street. That's how I felt. I watched a video, learned absolutely nothing. And all I needed was that guy on Twitch that told me how to lazy flick monsters, and then figure the rest things by myself. And he explained it in such an easy way that at the third attempt I was already lazy flicking. And I was like, dude, no way, like, how are you so good? And he was like, no, I'm not. He said, I'm just explaining you something very basic. And I was like, okay, but that sounds really advanced. He said, believe it or not, it's not. It was really, really strange, but out of nowhere the guy just saw me struggling. And I think that's the main reason why I coach Inferno and everything, because a random person helped me, and I want to do the same thing. Helping others to achieve their goal, and then they can move on and they can master the content if they want. But to give them simple concepts of something that is really simple. Instead of trying to tell them, if a tick is here and, a tick is 6 point whatever seconds, and if we multiply it and we get the X value and we elevate it to a certain prime number, like, no. That's not how I do stuff. I remember a guy that I used to work with in 2017. He was really, really good at routing. And he could explain you the most complex stuff related to IP phones just with a simple drawing. But if you ask somebody else about how IP phones work, they'll make an entire mess and not tell you anything. But just because somebody makes a video doesn't mean that they know how to explain. They might be good, they might know something about the subject, but that doesn't mean that they know how to explain it. Teaching and doing it's completely different. That's what I always tell people. If you find a video, that you find interesting or funny, that's okay. I'm not telling you what to watch and what not to watch. That's good. If you like a specific content creator, that's great. But if you're, for example, trying to learn the content and you feel that that content creator is not addressing what you need to know and he doesn't reply to your comments, then maybe that's not the education that you need. Look for other places. So yeah. It's just that I had a guy on my Discord sending me like constant videos over and over, and I was like, dude, what you're sending me is just entertaining. There's no education there. Like, what do you learn from that video? The guy will tell me, oh no, it's just that I'm wondering if you can do this. I'm like, okay, I might be able to do it, but I don't know how he's doing it. He's not explaining anything. So I'm not gonna sit like on a Scooby-Doo to figure out what the hell he's doing, because it doesn't make sense. It's just a waste of time. And you want me to pretty much redo what our content creator is doing. So you want to see the same content with another person. So probably he got offended, but I told him, dude, this video doesn't help me at all. Like, what's the takeaway from all this garbage? And his answer was like, well, I was wondering if you can do it. I was like, what's the point of me being able to do it? What's the point? I don't get it. Right? Yeah, exactly. That's a good approach. That is a great approach. You know, it's mostly muscle memory that at some point you don't have to look at the metronome. Right? And that is a good approach. But for example, if you tell somebody that and they use like, for example, the hearing metronome, or the one that makes sounds, dude, that thing gives me a headache because of the sound. But somebody can tell, oh no, it's just that this content creator uses that one. Well, what about the visual one? Oh no, that one is not good. Have you tried it? No. That's kind of like the main thing, right? But yeah, in your case, Trevor, you told me you have the metronome, you know, that you can do the things pretty much by memory. That's fine. I think your main problem might be the connection, because you're using Wi-Fi. I'm sure that when you get cable, it's going to be a different experience. Probably you will notice that you will die less to missing a prayer, because probably you did put it on time, but on the server didn't register properly. The reason why I know that is because when I was 15 or 14 and I started playing this game and I was ready for JAT, my computer was pretty crappy, but my internet was even worse. So pretty much what we did is that we had like a cable, a very bad quality cable, like connected to like, I think it was like a hub. It wasn't even a switch. And I would lose connection all the time. So, you know, I thought that JAT was very difficult back in the day. But when I did it, when I came back on OSRS, I was like, man, this is really simple. And I never got like a cape before 2020 or something like that. And I was like, okay, it's either really simple or my connection was crap. And I realized that my connection was really, really bad, because it will disconnect all the time. And back in the day, I didn't even ping, so I didn't even know how was my connection. But yeah, JAT will always one-shot me, because I would change my prayer and simply the hit will go through. And basically it was that. It was a connection. Because I was like, dude, I never practiced JAT, I never got a fire cape, and suddenly I find that he's way too easy. Like, what is going on here? I was like, it's not that I got super better with time. I think it's because my connection was not good. And of course, you know, you can say, oh, you know, that's not true. Maybe you suck or something like that. That's a possibility, right? That's a possibility. I'm not gonna say that maybe I don't suck. Maybe I suck. I don't know. But the fact that I was able to do JAT on the first try, when I never got a cape, that tells me that maybe it was my connection. That's why I believe in your case that maybe your issue is the connection. But again, I'm not sure. But the fact that you're using Wi-Fi, my friend Elated had the same problem. And once he switched to cable, he told me, yeah, dude, I don't have problems anymore lagging. I was like, yeah, it was the Wi-Fi, right? But yeah. Interesting. No, I'm gonna die here. Well, maybe not. Just that I want a blood barrage. I mean, not blood barrage. Blood fury this guy. I believe I wasted like so much doing that. I should have just off-tick, but I was like kind of being, how's it called? Being stubborn that I could do it, and I didn't have like defensive prayers, so the guy was pretty much shredding me. Okay. There we go. Shouldn't be a problem if the blood fury starts kicking in. Oh yeah, no. If you don't use 5G, dude, which is like quote unquote the best wireless, if you go to 2.4, that connection is so bad, dude. That connection is so bad that even low quality stuff like OSRS will start glitching. 5G, I think what 5G is highest speed and quote unquote more reliable. And 2.4 is like more distance, less reliable, but way less reliable. Like, I don't think you can even download a low quality YouTube video with that thing. Not even kidding. But yeah, it's a real shame. And sometimes that is out of your control. You know what I mean? That is outside of your control. Sometimes the 5G network just goes down. There's absolutely nothing you can do. Well, as long as I don't get hit. Let's see if I can recover some HP with the Minotaur. That would be nice. For example, I have a lamp, a wireless lamp that I use, you know, for my eyes. That is in front of me, and that thing runs on the 2.4. Thanks. And dude, sometimes the app cannot find it because that network is so unreliable that it just goes down. You know? Okay, from 8 HP to 42, that's good. The only times, Jabber, where I had switched from 5G to 2.4 is on my phone when I'm like, because I live on a second floor, when I'm down on the first floor or ground floor, whatever it's called, and I'm cutting like the like like the grass that grows there, then my phone sometimes switch to 2.4 because, you know, that's the longest signal, right? But yeah. Come on. Well, 33 is good. I don't have Bruce anymore, so what do I have to lose? Yeah, 2.4, even if you're next to it, it's just bad. Bad in general. And you also have to take in consideration other devices on the network, right? So I don't know what speed you got. If you have fiber, it's good because it's the same upload and download speed, right? So that's really good. But if you have like a regular ISP with no fiber, you might run into problems where the upload, which is the most important speed when you're playing RuneScape, because the upload says imagine it like a stream of water. Download is the water that goes down to your appliances to get content, and upload is the content that you send. So whenever you click, your upload speed matters because you're clicking, and that click has to do with upload speed because you're going up to the Jagex server, let's say. So yeah, if you have good speed, upload and download wise, that's good. But for the games, upload speed is more important. But yeah, once you get your cable, depending on your speed and everything, you will see that it's like a totally different world. I love this Blood Fury, man. From 8 HP, no bruise to 60, really good. Probably the time is gonna be bad, but at this point I don't care. Right? I got in spot 2. Okay, good, man. Good. Ah, come on, man. It was like little to no HP and decided it's like, okay, I'm gonna hit little to nothing then. My range. Oh my god. That's what I get for rushing. I better start hitting good with this Blood Fury, man. Gonna go with Doom. Come on, give me some heals, man. Three. Come on, dude. Give me one more heal. Okay, nice. From 12 to 60 HP again. Three, 4. Oh, you got fiber. Okay, man, you're good. Fiber is usually symmetric speed. So yeah, once you get cable, it should be good to go. Yeah, sounds good, man. Oh, nice, dude. No bruise, 8 HP, and we got all the way to 60. There we go. I think deserve a Rallos, man. Yeah, go ahead, go ahead. Funny that I lost all my brews on wave 8 just by being stubborn and not wanting to off-tick that thing. Like, I'm not gonna off-tick this thing. Oh damn, man. Blood Fury is so cool. Kill might just... Yeah, I think so. I think that the cable is pretty much the thing that is telling you, get me, I will help you with the cable. Man, it was really funny running out of brews. I swear to God, when I was like 8 HP on wave 9, I was like, dude, if I don't heal on the stupid Minotaur, you know, I'm gonna die by the most stupid thing, which is like an archer or major killing me, one of these Fremeniks, and that's gonna be hilarious. But yeah, that just goes to show you that this boss is so easy that you can even do it without burst, you know? Blood Fury just with a side or whatever you got, you just get all your HP back. There we go. Oh, yeah, probably you were not here when I was telling people the story about that I met this chick on a dating app, and she told me, you know, if you want to be something with me, I have to check your phone. I was like, are you nuts? And she was like, oh, you know, all my boyfriends, let me check their phones. I was like, yeah, all your boyfriends have low self-esteem. And she was like, oh, what are you hiding on your phone? I was like, what do you mean what I'm hiding on my phone? A phone is part of your privacy now. It's not the 90s. And she was like, yeah, but, you know, what are you hiding? I was like, okay, what if I give you a fake phone? You know, I have 3 phones. A company phone, a phone that is new, and my old phone. I can give you my old phone with a fake SIM card and fake account. Like, your plan is so stupid. And she was like, no, it's just that, you know, I used to have access to all my boyfriend's accounts. And I was like, what type of people are you used to date? And she was like, well, you know, they trusted me. I was like, it sounds like you don't trust them. That's why you want to monitor them. It was so weird, dude. Like, so weird. One of the weirdest conversations I ever had with somebody. But yeah, you were probably not here when that happened. I think it was maybe June or July. Yeah, you were probably not here. There we go. But yeah, those apps are fun, man, but they're kind of draining. You know, like, just like trying to meet somebody is just so strange. Another chick was like, what do you do after work? I was like, after work? You know, maybe play video games or sleep. And she was like, yeah, you don't do that. I was like, what do you mean I don't do that? She was like, yeah, you probably go partying with other girls. So I was like, what? And I was like, what makes you say that? And she was like, well, it's just that I don't know anybody that goes to sleep after work. I was like, You don't? I was like, when I was working night shift, that's what I used to do. So weird, man. So weird. Her chest is around 4 to 6 mil. That's, you know, counting that you're exchanging the queer for splinters, right? Yeah, man. Yeah. Trust me, Java, if you do Inferno, this thing is pretty much a joke. And people tell me, oh, you say that because you really like Inferno. No, I do like Inferno, but honestly, you seen the boss. You don't even need bruise at him. He doesn't have a healer phase. He doesn't heal himself. You can use a Blood Fury. So, you know, the boss has 5 thing. Has 5 slash defense. 5. He's weak as hell. On Suck, even at T-Wall, sometimes he can hit like 9 zeros in a row. Side rarely hits a 0. That's how easy this boss is. I guess the hardest part is getting to the boss, but, you know. Okay, here we go. But yeah, give it a go, man. After you do Inferno, this thing is a child play. Very easy. Yeah, dude, it was funny. It was funny because, you know, you meet all these kind of people and it's good to get to know new people, man, but when they start like going hard and, you know, or when they try to like put their insecurities on you, it's so weird, man. Like, yeah, exactly. Exactly. I remember this girl, she told me, I don't believe that you actually go to sleep. What else do you do? I was like, why is sleeping so bad? Sleeping is good. She was like, but you know, you sleep during the afternoon? I was like, yeah, sometimes. Why? He said, and she was like, why? I was like, I don't know. I get tired in the afternoon. I want to sleep on the afternoon. My cat is sleeping on the afternoon. Like, why does it even matter? Oh, dude, it was so weird. But yeah, it was just funny. I haven't used those up lately because I think I met one that I think it fits my personality, but we'll see. But yeah, man, it was very funny. It's I remember that the first chick, you know, she was really good looking. Like, you know, physically she was really good looking, right? So she was asking me like all these questions, like, "Do you think I'm good looking?" I was like, "Yeah." And she was like, "Really?" I was like, "Yeah." Why? She was like, "Oh no, I'm just wondering, you know, what do you think about me?" I was like, "I don't think much. I just met you like 2 hours ago, right?" But yeah, then she told me like, "Oh, you might think that this is really toxic, but you know, when I date a guy, I want to have access to his phone." I was like, "You're out of your mind." I think I told her, "You're really good looking, but you know, you're not like Megan Fox. I'm not gonna give you my phone. Like, you're out of your mind." And she was like, "Oh no, you can have access to my data." I was like, "Why do I want access to your data?" But yeah, it was so weird, man. At least I got some good laugh out of that, you know? Like, I wish at least it wasn't like those YouTube stories like, "Oh, I went out with this chick and, you know, I almost got kidnapped." No. Or a chick tried to sell me porn. Dude, it was so funny. Like, I think I asked her, why are you selling porn?" And she was like, "Well, because I want to pay my college tuition or something." I was like, "Why you don't get a job?" And she was like, "Because I'm studying." I was like, "Why you didn't study and work?" And he said, "Oh, because I want to focus on my career." I was like, no, I'm just curious. I mean, I'm not against it. It's just that, you know, why you just don't get a regular job? Because, you know, selling porn like you do is just like, it's not a fixed income, right? If you don't sell a lot on that month, you're not gonna get paid, right? So weird, dude. And then she sent me a lot of DMs like, "I can give you porn for food." I was like, "What?" No, the boss is really fast, dude. But yeah, if you're getting to like those online dating apps, that you're gonna have so much fun. Literally, you're gonna have so much fun with all the crazy stuff you find in there. Yeah, funny things about those dating apps. It's just, you know, it's too hilarious. But it's not very different with people that you meet IRL because, you know, I had even crazier thing happens to me with people that I actually met at work. So see, that's what I had to do last run to off-tick this, but I was like so stubborn that I could kill the major so fast, so I just can't protect from magic. So that's why I ended up with no Bruce. We made it, but you know. Yeah, I don't know why, but I like sleeping when I finish work. I just I don't know. I like sleeping after work. It just feels relaxing. I wake up like 2 hours later, work out, shower, get dinner, and then play, and then sleep again. But I don't know, this chick find it weird, like, oh, what do you really do in the afternoons? I was like, sleep. And she was like, I don't believe you. I was like, okay, why you shouldn't believe me? And she was like, well, maybe you're seeing somebody else. I was like, I don't go out during the week. And she was like, are you sure? I was like, yep. I was like, maybe I'm sleepwalking and meeting people, but no. It was really funny, man. I mean, the chick checking phones was just too good to be true. I have to be able to check your phone. I hope they don't make me choose like Doom 3 on at the boss. I mean, I can manage, but I don't like it. Yeah, and it's funny because I remember telling that chick I usually sleep on the afternoons because I probably worked night shift for like what 7 years or so. So I'm kind of used like sleeping during the afternoons because that was the time where I will get sleepy. I don't know why, but if I sleep during the night, like the entire night, the day feels weird to me. So I like sleeping during days and afternoons. I don't know, it's my thing. And then she told me, I think you might have a disease. I was like, what disease? It was so weird. I was like, do you think because I like sleeping on the afternoons, it makes me damn sick? And she was like, well, everybody sleeps during the night. I was like, not everybody. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. But yeah, it was a little funny to say the least because I don't know, man. You might think that you are a little bit crazy, or at least I think that about myself every now and then, but when this chick told me I have to check your phone, I was like, wait, my phone for what? She was like, just to make sure that you're not seeing somebody else. I was like, what? Yeah, I was like, is that how you start relationships? And she was like, yeah. I was like, wow. I was like, it makes me wonder who you actually dated all these years. So strange. Nothing better than an Inferno run after getting... Yeah, that is true. Funny enough, my first attempts were in 2021, but I had a terrible schedule, dude. So I pretty much suspended it because it was useless. The only way that I could do it was on Sundays. And I was so tired, like, on my days off because I had a terrible schedule and a terrible boss pretty much. And a lot of work, so weekends I was pretty much falling asleep in front of the keyboard. So yeah. At least, you know, I didn't get a lot of frustration there, but I was like, wow, yeah, this is really hard. But it wasn't really hard. It was just the fact that, you know, I wasn't 100% there. Man, I have a feeling that it's gonna be Doom 3. Unless they let me choose like Relentless at the end, I don't know. Oh, Mage. Yeah, don't get it stuck. It's a shame they didn't give me like myopia or something, you know what I mean? Have you ever tried to can a potion and instead of using it, you empty? So funny, dude. Last time I did it here, and I ended up without restores at the boss, but that's not really a problem. Because honestly, you can pretty much with one prayer do the entire thing, but it's just gonna be, you know, slower. I think I prefer Quartet, dude, you know? Yeah, so with Quartet, you see, you get an extra Ferminic there. And where's my stupid side? And it only appears one, thank God. But yeah, Quartet can really throw off new people, you know? It killed me many times. Quartet with, how's it called? With volatility? Yikes, I don't like it. But yeah. I chose it because not that I'm afraid of Doom 3, it's just that Doom 3 with this yellow stuff sometimes it can get complex, and the fact that I have Solar Flare 3, if I have myopia, maybe. But yeah. That's why I chose Quartet. Yeah, Quartet just spawns a random Freminic. You kill it, he doesn't appear again. 3. 3. 3. Okay. I kind of mess up the pathing there, but that's not really a problem. 3. 3. 4. Okay. I only got hit 3 times. I think I can do one more run, yeah. Hopefully this is a rare run. I could have easily taken Doom 3 because I only took 2 hits, but why risk it, right? It's not like I get something like a rare for choosing Doom 3. Really? Or maybe even a whole color run. Yeah, probably. Probably. When I was going for the thousands, I will reach there in like an hour. Was it an hour or 40 something minutes? I don't remember, dude. I wasn't going really fast, so I cannot remember. Because I usually end up with 50 minutes. Yeah, 50 minutes sounds right, yeah. These pillars, because they all look alike, it makes me think about that Blair Witch Project movie. Like, oh my god, I remember this pillar. Okay, there we go. Protect from melee. Okay, I have myopia. Good, that's what I like to see. Mage. this a little major. Because always when you go here, you can lure almost everything to distance of Myopia 3, but this guy's the exception because he's one tile, so yeah, he's very special. Okay. Mage. I'm gonna lure the Manticore to me. Kind of useless having it behind that pillar, you know what I mean? Especially on wave 4. I never done raids. Well, I did a few raids 1, but I honestly didn't understand what was going on. I actually never sat down like to understand that raid because when it came out, I think I was maxing. When raids 2 came out, I was like, I think also maxing. I don't remember. And when raids 3 came out, I was like, yeah, I don't like it. I like going sometimes there with people to fool around, but like staying there to make money there, yikes, no. Okay, range. You know what's funny about Myopia is that I call it a lightweight, and the reason why I call it a lightweight is that I like to compare these handicaps to like a Slayer task. So things like Doom, Volatility, Solar Flare, they have a lot of weight, even Blasphemy for some reason. So that's why I call them with more weight. But for example, things like a Myopia, if you don't choose it at a certain point, it disappears. You cannot even choose it on wave 12, right? So, yeah. That's why whenever I see Myopia, I go to max it all the way to 3. It doesn't matter if I lay Blasphemy on 1 or 2, because Blasphemy even appears on wave 12. But Myopia is one of those things that if you don't choose it, it's just gonna go away. Yes! I haven't seen you in a while. Is challenge mode good money, Jower, or at least it's entertaining? I mean, for you, right? Oh yeah, I remember. You're from Donia, right? Or am I wrong? Yeah. Then I remember. Yeah. Okay, I can choose blasphemy later. I'm gonna take frailty because it's free. Okay. Oh, that's nice of you, man. Where's my site? Here it is. Okay, 2, 3. Let me count it up. 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. Okay, 7. Something tells me I'm gonna end up with frailty 3. Nice. And what you been up to since last time we spoke? Last time we spoke? Oh my god, dude. When was it? April? May? That's been a while now. That's been a while for sure. It's not promotion. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna keep this because re-entry. Okay, yeah, re-entry. I don't care. You might think that was intentional, it was not. I mean, luring the manticore is sort of helpful because it creates a wall. And on this wall, you know, pretty much the Minotaur cannot get behind the monsters, blah blah, but yeah, that moment was not intentional. I'm gambling this is Mage, the Manticore. What do you guys think? Oh, I'm so good at predicting everything but the lottery. Oops, no quiver, there we go. I think I got hit by the Major. Come on, dude. Okay. Probably all the HP that I gain is gonna be like gonna go to Reality 3 or something. So come on, give me Doom. Give me Doom, give me Solar Flare. Yeah, Solar Flare. Let's keep on stalling the Reality 3. You know, I choose it, it's just that Solar Flare is good also. Let's see what is this like, just for fun. Oh, it's range too. And you know what, I'm gonna... Oh no, wait. I think this is more useful. Yeah, because of re-entry. No, I miss a prayer, but it's fine. Do I want to side this guy? Nah. I'm a lazy person. Okay, I thought he was dead. And well, I'm 60 HP. You did? Nice, man. Did he like it? It's always hard to move to a specific place. Well, I guess when you grow up, I mean, you still care where you move, but not as much as when you're a kid or a teenager. See, blasphemy is there. I told you, that thing's like a boomerang. It always comes back. I guess blasphemy is considered like a lot of weight-ish. Well, the good thing is that he likes the city, man. That's the important thing. I wonder what's that manticore, but it doesn't really matter what it is, honestly. Okay. I'm gambling it's magic. And it's range. The melee troll makes a funny sound. What? 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 Welcome back. Nice, nice. But that troll sounds so funny. What? What? Well, yeah, it's supposed to cover the area of the keyboard and the mouse, right? Go with Frailty 3 because maybe we'll get a bad spawn. Oh, I was right. Something compelled me not to grab re-entry 2, like... Something like... Tell me, don't grab that crappy imbo. Well, I can manage it, but I just don't like it, man, you know what I mean? But it's kind of free on 11. Pretty much because, well, there will be no more rangers. So. He graduated from university in Moscow and was flying back to Costa Rica. And my brother wife asking if he wanted to spend a week in Estonia. She asked him to sick. Nice, dude. Bien, bien, por dichos, ¿qué tal? I gambled that Manticore's mage. What do you guys think? That thing is on -9. What the hell? Range. And that's what, 11 kills, no rares? Okay. That's like 20 something kills in a row, no rare, dude. Come on. I mean, it's still good money, but where's my rare? Thank you. I chose Solar Flare 2 instead of Relentless because I'm 60 HP, so mistakes are more costly with Relentless. Ah, me alegra que te sirviera. ¿Sí? I kind of move him, but it works. Okay. Sí. Ok. Por ahora la tengo abandonada mientras estoy subiendo el hardcore. Entonces cuando termine el hardcore me vuelvo en eso. Is it Spear 2? No. Okay, now this is Spear 2. That's 11 kills, but no rare. Whack, whack, whack. $15. Pero si ahorita andamos subiendo el hardcore. Okay, so those were 11 kills. I'm gonna exchange my 11 quivers. And this place is biased against me. Doesn't want me to get more rares. Where's that audio?
My beautiful reward!
Yeah. That is. Should be 44k of splinters. All right. I'm gonna go and charge my site. Charge side. Ah, 12 sets. Okay. Okay. I don't know why I'm not getting more dragon arrows anymore. Yesterday I got 0 dragon arrow tips, but well. This thing is gonna kick me out. Be, yeah. I went down again. It was 600 the other day. Well, better than 400, right? I wonder what's the purpose of those runeware hammers. When I get them at the boss, I'm like, really? Okay, 100k, yeah. I have so much like gold ore from medium close and from this place. Look at all this gold ore. Yeah, cannonballs is just 200. I'll keep them in case at some point I want to get some, I guess some Slayer done, which probably I won't, but 100k for the one debt that I have. Pretty much recharge everything.
Break all the promises, but leave me alone. Don't break my heart.
That's 20 and 40, but I'm gonna go with 50 just in case. Okay. Let me take out my calculator. $52M. Bueno, nos vemos. Cuidan.